Well, good day. I feel like the camera has been reconfigured somehow behind my back. Let's just reorient this sucker. Oh, that's so much better. So I got a second camera, another camera for when Jim joins me in the studio at some point. So he can actually have a camera on him. The problem is that the other camera that I got in absolutely blows. It's horrible. It's terrible. And I'm really, really mad because the camera that I have right now, this one is fantastic, and it sold out like the day after I bought it. That's all I wanted was another one of those. But the Pink Floyd mug is back, so it can't be totally terrible. Well, happy Tuesday, everybody. Today is Technician Tuesday. We are saluting all of the frontline technicians that are out there, IT guys and otherwise. I have a brand new shirt that came in the mail today, the Musician's Theory of Relativity, E equals F flat. Brilliant. Just love it. Hey, Mr. John Dippoliti, and hey, Mr. Joe Claus. How are you? All right. Mr. Frank Coppola, nice to see you as well. Yeah, got some good people to talk to. -1, so if there's anybody up there that wants to volunteer for a 10:30 time slot, the charity is stricken with some migraines, and she is on medication for them, and she's not sure that she will be capable of speaking later on, because the meds are quite powerful. For anybody that has suffered from migraines, you'll know that the medication is an absolute knockout. So that being said, if there's anybody out there that's listening that would like to get involved at the 10:30 hour Eastern Standard Time, that would be great. Bob Gabriel, hello. Dave Jr., good evening to you. And Jeff Gallagher, hello. Look at all these fine people joining us so early. I love it. Hope you'll stick around. We got some good stuff coming up. I got some new songs that we are going to try. I can't guarantee that they're going to be any good, but we're going to try them anyway. I've got some new music that's been sent to me by a whole bunch of people, so we got that to look forward to as well. Dave says his wife cleaned his camera lens and he'll look better now. I should try that with mine too. I might look better. And Mr. Rob Shepley joins us. Well, let's just try to hit one that's up there vocally right out of the bat, shall we? Where will we be without the woodblock? Haven't tried this song before. I think it's going to be fun. One of my favorite songs came to me in a dream today. But it's a Beach Boys tune, so it's up there. We'll give it a shot, though.
You're kinda small, you're such a doll, I'm glad you're mine. You're so good to me, how come you are? You take my hand, you understand when I get in a bad mood. You're so good to me. And I love it, love it, when we're apart. You're so true to me. How come you are? And every night you hold me so tight when I kiss you goodbye. You're so good to me. And I love it, love it. Ah, la 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 la. You're my baby, oh yeah. Don't mean maybe, oh yeah. You're my baby, oh yeah. Don't mean maybe, oh yeah. You're my baby, oh yeah. Don't mean maybe, oh yeah. You're kinda small, you're such a doll. I'm glad you're mine. You're so good to me. How come you are? You take my hand, you understand when I get in a bad mood. You're so good to me. I love it, love it. La 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 la. You're my baby, oh yeah. Don't be maybe, oh yeah. You're my baby, oh yeah. Don't be maybe, oh yeah.
There we go. That wasn't too bad, I guess. It was a little high up there, but it could have been higher. It could have been higher. Oh, let's see about this other one. There was another Beach Boys tune in here that I was really excited about. That was before the show started. The excitement level tends to do this. Mr. Mark Chichkin. Hey, Chris. Hello, everyone. This guy's on every night. I give you high praise for this. Oh, you don't have to do that. Just come on and chat with me. That would be thanks enough. I'd love to chat with you, brother. Here's another gripe I have with this Tab app. By the way, while we're talking about the Tab app, notice how I'm steering the conversation there. Why does it not alphabetize properly? Why do I have to go to T for the Beach Boys? Why can't it do Beach Boys the? It drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. That it drives me nuts for so very many reasons, but that's just another one. And listen, about me doing this every night and all that stuff, I don't need any praise for that because I'm not out there on the front lines doing anything. So what else can I do? If this is just a way for people to get a momentary tiny glimpse of relief from all the stress and whatever, then great. But I certainly ain't no medical guy on the front lines or anything like that. So I would save the praise for those folks. All right. Well, let's try this one. Why not? We got away with the first one. The second one would be kind of interesting. I agree, John Dippoliti. Let's hear the Beach Boys. All right. Let's see. We're gonna need some wood block. Well, it's been building up inside of me for, oh, I don't know how long. I don't know why, but I keep thinking something's bound to go wrong. She looks in my eyes, makes me realize when she says, don't worry, baby, don't worry, baby. Everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby. I know I should have kept my mouth shut when I started to brag about my car. But I can't back down now because I pushed the other guys way too far. She makes me come alive, makes me wanna drive when she says, don't worry, baby, everything will turn out alright. Don't worry, baby. I elected not to do the Super Brian Wilson falsetto. I figured that maybe that would be my gift to you. The not Super Brian Wilson falsetto. Mr. Rob Shepley says, I don't think I've heard you play Hey You yet. You're right. You have not. You have not heard me play Hey You yet. And you may never hear it. I don't know. I don't know about how true that is that you'll never hear it. Well, why don't we hear from somebody else in the interim here, and then when we while we're doing that, I'm going to look up the words to Hey You, or the chords really. I think it's like something weird like E minor, D minor, or some bizarre thing like that. Anyway, we're going to hear a little bit right now from Mr. Denny Bastrish. He's got another tune that he had sent over. And hey, Ashley, thanks for joining us. And then hey, Raven and Elton John. Yeah, Dippy. Of course we're going to do Elton John. Come on now. But in the interim, right now, here's Denny Bastrish. We'll be right back.
So I've been kind of quiet for all this time that people have been stuck in their houses, including ourselves. I've been streaming. Actually, I've been watching everybody else stream. Really enjoying Chris's stuff. Same with Jared out in Texas. I love his stuff. Saw some Rusty and his wife. Beautiful stuff. And you can't name them all, but there's a lot of good stuff out there. So here's a song for my friend Billy. He's at home as well, and Billy and Diane, this is for you. Hey Joe, what you doing with the gun in your hand? Hey Joe, I say, what you doing with that gun in your hand? Shoot my old lady out. You know I caught her messing around with another man. Shoot my old lady out. Yeah, I caught her messing around with another man. Hey Joe, yeah, I hear you shot the girl down. Hey Joe, yeah, I hear you shot the girl down. Yeah, I did. I caught her messing around and I put her down the head. Yeah, I did. I caught her messing around and I did. Hey Joe, what you gonna do now? Said, hey Joe, what you gonna do now? I'm going down to Mexico. I'm gonna climb Trump's wall and get out of here. Yeah, I'm going down to Mexico. I'm gonna climb that wall. I'm just gonna get out of here. There you go, Billy. Keep safe, buddy.
Well, all right, Mr. Denny Bastrish there. That was actually the first one I think that he put out, and the audio was a little bit low, so I tried to boost it halfway through. I hope that wasn't horrible for anybody. If they had your speakers turned up and then I brought it up, you're like, ah, hey Joe, he's coming for me with a gun in his hand. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, we are nearly there for our first guest. I do have Hey You up here, Rob Shepley, but I'm gonna wait on that one because it's kind of a long song, and I don't want Mr. Sean Mayu to have to put up with waiting for me to finish that. So let's see if we can do something else in between. Hey, Nicole Belanger, and hey, Lana Frost. Look at everybody just turning out. So nice. I'm just going to see if there's something quick that I can play here while we are getting set up for Mr. Sean Mayu. Now, you may not recognize him by his given name. You may have recognized his picture as it's been displaying over here from his videos that we've played. The one video that we did was Pretty Nice Guy. And then the storm, right? Something about the storm. The storm will pass, right? The storm shall pass. The storm will pass. I always say shall instead of will. I don't know. I'm just that kind of guy. Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We are gonna do this one. It's real quick. It'll probably bring us right about to the time that we need to be. And I haven't played it in a little bit. And my friend Dave Gatt was the one that introduced me to this tune. It's a great tune. It's actually a true story. This guy met this guy. This guy met this guy. That's a great story, isn't it? Lots of information there. The songwriter met this fellow on a ship that he was on, and he was so impressed with his story of pulling himself up by his bootstraps and getting his life in order after being, horribly afflicted by addiction. And thought it was a wonderfully lonely and also uplifting tale, if that makes any sense. I'll let you decide once you listen to the words. Hey, Nino.
I was born in Cape Breton, I was born by the sea Island Bridge in sweet Bouladree. And by age 17 there was nothing for me. Headed for Thorold, washed up on the beach. And I slept in the jungle, lived hard, took a fall, till I found myself standing at the SIU Hall. And with nothing to stay for, no kids and no wife, I signed on that morning for the rest of my life. And my back was strong and that strength never failed. Up the Detroit River on the Ferndale I sailed. Oh, now I'm married to a woman I love. She's a gift I was given from heaven above. And I call every morning, I call every night. She's all I ever wanted, she's the love of my life. Oh, and now in the evening when we talk on the phone, she says, I love you, Daddy, when you're coming back home. Tonight, down the line, I heard my boy say, he
says, Daddy, I miss you more every day. But when I hear your voice, well, I feel alright. He says, I love you, Daddy, good luck and good night. Oh, now in the evening when we talk on the phone, he says, I love you, Daddy, when you're coming back home. I was born in Cape Breton, I was born by the sea, by the Seal Island Bridge and sweet Pollardry. So good. David Francie, Canadian artist. He's been to Windsor numerous times with Windsor Folk. Just such a great story. I love the fact that it's true as well. I dig autobiographical tunes like that, especially ones that tell a good story. All right. Well, what do you think? Are we ready for our guest? I think we're ready for our guest. Let me attempt to raise him via carrier pigeon, electronic carrier pigeon. I just saw an update of the meme for about the pigeons. You know, they are claiming that, you know, birds don't exist; they're all robotic. And the reason that we haven't seen any pigeons lately, and why we have to stay inside so we can't go investigate, is because the government is upgrading them to use 5G. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. All righty. All right. Well, we got Sean Mayhew connected up. I'm just going to ask him to quickly turn his phone sideways if possible, so that we can get some landscape video. Awesome sauce. And I'm going to change my camera so he's not staring at my keyboard here. All right. There we go. Now, let us put on our hat of video switcher, and we'll come over here and see if we can bring him over. Mr. Mayhew, sir.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. First, let me ask everybody there okay? Everybody healthy? Doing fine?
Yeah, we're making it through.
Excellent.
We're taking the lockdown serious. Only going out if we have to.
Yep. Well, I commend you on being socially responsible, and tell me, what are you doing to pass the time mainly? Like, what are you doing to avoid going stir crazy?
Well, in this house, because of the current situation, we've been doing a lot of soul searching. We've been kind of, forced to take this time to look at each other and look at our lives and kind of, have some time to observe that ball and kind of see where we want to go and work from inside of it. So we've been doing exercising, walking our dogs a little more, thinking about, healthy choices, healthy habits. So all in all, it's been pretty good for us. We've been through a lot, running a company and pursuing a music career full time, and she's doing her stuff. So it is good for us to reconnect, and that's pretty much what we're doing. We're basically soul searching and finding ourselves, which is keeping us occupied.
That's fantastic. And we've talked a little bit on this program about the fact that I'm calling this the cocoon period, right, where we're forced to be with ourselves and ourselves only, and we're going to discover those parts of ourselves that maybe we need to improve on, or parts that we feel we need to expand on that are already fantastic. And then who knows what we're going to come out of this looking like, right? And hopefully we come out as better, more human people. I think would be the ultimate end game here.
Well, yeah, for sure. There's always during a crisis, there's always, two ways to look at it. And, when things like this happen, automatic shutdown of the entire province, it pretty much gives everybody an opportunity to think and reassess and just go through, even though, the government is also handing out, you know, aid packages as well, which is giving people the security and comfort to be able to do that. So that's kind of what we're doing. I've been doing a lot of creating as well, making my hip hop music, and you know, I've been in touch with my band. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get together, and we've got shows that we've had to cancel and stuff. But I think you know, distance makes the heart grow fonder, right? So that's
Absolutely.
pretty much what everybody is kind of experiencing these days, and I think it's bringing back the need for human connection, because now you see your mom and you want to hug her, when normally it's just like, oh, I gotta go, I'm busy, I'll talk to you later, you know, just you know, we'll go through the motions. But now it's like your mom's standing there with her mask on,
Yeah.
and she's just dying for a hug, and you just don't, you know, you're just kind of looking at her like, I really want to, but I can't right now.
Yeah.
But it's kind of making people, you know, distance but come closer together. So it's awesome.
Absolutely.
I don't know. For me, I'm looking at it on a positive light. Unfortunately, it is a crisis, and there is bad things that are happening. My hearts go to everybody who's affected, but we're trying to make the best of it.
I think that's a super important point, and I think that, you know, what you said earlier was that, you know, uh, we're forced now to have this time to be introspective, and that people tend to go two ways with that, right? There are people that, like yourself, and I think hopefully like me, that want to take it positively and try and figure out the very best sides of ourselves, and figure out how to make that come out. And then there's other people that get swallowed up by the negativity of it all, and it's so overwhelming for them that they have a real hard time rising above that. And the second thing is, you know, with this whole project that I'm doing, that's been the number one thing out of this is this even virtual human contact. You know, that's what we're missing. We're craving this, you know, being able to look in your face and share a smile or share a laugh, and realize like how important that actual bond is. And I think you're right. I think that after this, we're going to start seeing, you know, the huggers are going to hug even more, because, and we may even get some new people that are not huggers into the camp. So that's super important. I want to ask you about, you said you're doing some creating, you know, especially obviously more so with the hip hop stuff than you do with the Devils. And often as an artist, you know, we wear our hearts on our sleeves, and we're very emotionally open and vulnerable. And sometimes, you know, you can let this negativity really color your creativity. So are you finding that, you know, you're feeling some of that kind of creep in? Is it is extra challenging to kind of fight that off?
Oh yes, 100%. My anxiety the last 2 3 weeks has I've been fighting just battles upon battles upon battles of waves of depression, anxiety, you know, doom and gloom, end of the world, apocalypse. You know, it's been going through, and you know, I try to stay off my phone as much as I possibly can, because when we're scrolling through our Facebook feed, or we're scrolling through these articles, we're literally filtering out everything, all the way from the bottom to death, all the way to extreme joy. Every single day, filtering your brain. Every single post is a different emotion, a different feeling. So when you're constantly engaging in all these emotions and feelings, you're literally sending your brain into an overload. And I'm making songs understanding that. So I've released 3 songs while I've been on quarantine, actually 4. One was Stay Home, which was just this fun song that me and Lee did. We made a dance for it, and we put it on TikTok, and it was just like, you know, social distancing. I made one called The Pressure, which is all about what this whole situation is doing, for me anyway, mentally, and kind of expressing that. And then some more positive songs like The Storm Will Pass and Don't Panic, just kind of giving people messages into, you know, through music, to be able to relay how I'm feeling, in hopes that I can connect with somehow how they're feeling as well. Because when I write music, I'm always about the neutral perspective of a situation. So here's the root of whatever. There's spider webs that stem off from that root. Whatever it is that I'm talking about could be up here, but it also still relates to here. So
Sure.
I'm trying to hit people like in the emotions that they're feeling right now at this like present moment, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to make a whole album about quarantine, right? So it just kind of, the inspiration kind of hits when it does, and I mean, it's good. I've been in a block for quite some time, so eventually it just, the doors kind of opened up and I was able to do that.
Yeah. I think, a lot of that has to do with the fact that, I know even myself creatively, I write as well. And I find that often when I find myself overwhelmed with emotion or overwhelmed with trying to deal with something emotionally, that's when suddenly the creative thing will just happen. And I think it's my way of dealing with all of that. So I can start, by writing about it, I can analyze it and I can come to my own understanding of it, and then maybe, like you said, try and help somebody understand it from my point of view. Um, you know, you mentioned now we've got all this time, right? I mean, we're forced to have all this time on our hands right now. But I'm wondering what that looks like for you, because you did mention that you started up a business, and your business is in the trades, right? And it's very much I'm assuming, being impacted right now, like the rest of us are. So what does it look like from the face of a small business owner, who's kind of just starting out? I know you've been doing it for a little bit, but it's still relatively new. So what does it hold for you? Like, how many projects have you had to put on hold, and what does it look like getting back to that?
Well, yeah, I've been in business 4 years, on my own as an entrepreneur, and in those 4 years, I have experienced some major roller coasters, and had some times where it didn't look too good, and things were here, but I've also had some great victories. With everything, comes the up and the down, and the positive and the negative, and you kind of just got to weigh your options. But for me right now, um, we're actually in a decent position because the Canadian government helped out my employees tremendously, which alleviated the stress off of me, in having to keep them occupied, or have them in a position where they're not frantically searching for work to pay their bills. And that was a huge, huge move on the government's part. And for small businesses, that has been the saving grace for me, is that aid package, because I'm not worried about them right now. But on the back burner, I'm still working. I haven't stopped. I'm booking roofs. I'm getting things situated for when they finally open the province back up, and we'll be full steam ahead. Like, I've got jobs booked up, and I'm in a position. For me, I don't have a shop per se. I don't have a large overhead, because I am a small business, and I do most of the business out of my home. So yeah, we're okay in our regards. I know that some other businesses are impacted a little bit differently, but for us, we're just kind of battening down the hatches and waiting for the storm to pass.
Yeah. One concern that we've been hearing from a few folks, and certainly don't take this as trying to rain on the parade of booking jobs ahead and all that kind of stuff. But one of the things we've been hearing from people who are in that same position is that people may be less inclined to want to do projects, initially when this thing comes back, because we're all feeling the crunch right now. We're all kind of, our personal economies along with the country's economies are kind of, taking a huge hit right now. So, have you had anybody express concern to you about, well, I kind of want to book this job coming up, but I'm not sure that we can actually go ahead with it? Or are people pretty positive and are just like, let's go ahead and do it because we're expecting to come out of this okay?
A lot of the jobs that I've had turn around in 2020 were jobs that I had actually quoted in 2019. A lot of these jobs that are coming around now are jobs that I have been pursuing adamantly for quite some time, and not having room in the schedule, or having people back and forth between their decisions. I will know more about that in the coming weeks and months, when the roofing season actually kicks into full force. It just snowed outside a minute ago, and somebody was cutting their grass. So it's like Mother Nature still hasn't decided what she's doing. So people aren't going to be on the phone calling to get their roof done. And it is going to impact, because I'll tell you, when the casino went on strike, we suffered tremendously, because a lot of the people who have good paying corporate or union jobs are in the housing market. And these are the people that are looking to renovate and, change their roof or whatever. And we deal with specifically homeowners. So when that uh, conglomerate shut down, it definitely impacted us. So I have a feeling that it will impact us, but thankfully for me in my position right now at this current time, I have jobs that I'm still pursuing, that I've been pursuing, that I'm able to get to, which are going to take up a good bulk of the time, but I still need to keep moving afterwards to cover up the rest of the time, because usually we go from like mid-March, late March, all the way up until late October, early November, sometimes even December.
Yeah.
So there's still a large gap that I have to fill after I get through those. And I'm hoping, and I do think that the last thing some people are going to be thinking about is getting a new roof. So I'm going to be working inside of my company as well to offer discounts to customers and, help people to alleviate the stress, say, you have a leak here, you have this situation, emergency repair, we can take care of it. Don't worry about it. I'm willing to work with inside the community as well, to help people who are in dire need. But somebody who just wants to, change the color of the roof because they don't like it anymore, or
it's a different scenario.
they think that it's time, different scenario, right? But I don't know. I haven't really seen a ton of slowdowns. It's been pretty like steady and back and forth. The windstorm came in 2017, and that shot business up for us like through the roof. But from there, when all the roofs were repaired and all those insurance claims went through, a lot of the roofs in the city have been done already. So we're just kind of picking people that have been in the 10-year bracket or the 15-year bracket that had roofs done 15, 20 years ago that are now looking at getting them replaced, right?
Yeah.
And also new construction. There's a good amount of new construction going up, but they've put tariffs in place, and people aren't building on credit anymore. They're building, from what I've heard anyway, they're only building as if the customer has already bought.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting because oftentimes you hear in the construction business that these months where inclement weather certainly plays a factor in whether or not you can do your job, right? So typically roofing doesn't happen in the spring, fall, or winter because of snow and rain, right? But in this case, it may actually be a blessing, right? Because you don't actually have to worry about, what's going. Your natural waiting period is happening when all this is occurring. So you may be very well positioned when this comes out to just start back up again, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, hopefully, yep.
I want to ask you some more about your music now, for sure. So when I first met you, it was through Devils by Definition, which, fantastic group, had me hooked on it right away. And it's not even really my primary genre of music, but I have to 100% appreciate the massive level of musicianship from everybody that was in the band from the very first time that I saw you guys. Props, 100%. Amazing.
Thank you.
Then when I found out you were doing the hip hop stuff, it was like one of those what, because it just didn't at all fit with the Sean Mayhew that I saw or the Mailbox that I saw from that group. So I'm wondering why, and not in a negative way, but it's just out of very much curiosity, what made you go from, because you have to admit that's one extreme to the other.
The story about that is actually, it's pretty interesting, because I started with hip hop in 2009. I started with hip hop. Actually, I started 2006, 2007 with hip hop, and I went to Calgary and I was just kind of messing with it, did a little recording on some, Logitech microphone, whatever.
Sure.
And then I came back and started, doing it a little bit, releasing some songs on MySpace. People were like, "Oh, it's pretty good," and this is like 2009-ish, right? Music was totally different back then, and I'm just floored at how music has come from 2009 to 2020. It's just insane. I can't even keep up with it, right?
Yeah.
Realistically. But and then I started to get some traction. Um, I started releasing more and more music. I released a mixtape under the alias K Flow, and I had a group called Winter's Got Talent. And this is 2009, 2010, 2011. In the same era, the same time, I was recruited as the drummer for Devils by Definition. So I was interested in the music, and drums were something that I had pursued even long before I pursued hip hop. So I was kind of getting all of my musical abilities put into one group and tested in being able to pursue all of them together. But there came a time where um, it was basically I had to choose because Devils was very serious, and Devils was taking up 2 days a week, every single week, no matter what, 4 hours a day band practice, as well as playing shows at the Coach and Horses every weekend, sometimes twice
Wow.
in one night. Like we would go to work. We were roofers at this time. This was before I was the owner of the company. I was an employee. We were roofers. Bruce was my foreman. We would roof in 110 degrees, come to our jam space, which had no air conditioning, at 6 o'clock, and play until 10:30, and sweat and sweat and sweat and play like we were diehard. So I put the hip hop on break, and I was like, you know what? I really like the energy of this. I really like the feeling of this, and I really liked having more people to push that energy. Definitely creates a bigger sound, right?
Sure.
So I literally killed K Flow. I took him off the internet. I deleted his YouTube. I deleted every single thing because I was like, I want to pursue this. And I gave Devils 10 years straight, 10 years without pursuing anything else. We've played 500-600 shows. We've played in different, areas. We haven't really played out of country yet. We're working on that. But it just came a time where I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to start doing this again. But in that 10 years, I went from drummer to vocalist because basically what happened was the vocalist that was with us just kind of, we ended up having different vibes and we needed to do something. So
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I will step up and I will learn how to metal scream. And I did. And it took me 4 years to actually get decent at it.
Well, let me
But I basically was like in a position where I'm like, I'll go where I'm needed.
let me ask you real quick. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your story because it's awesome. But when you said you had to take the time to learn how to do the metal scream, because I've often wondered about that. Like how do you do that vocally? As a singer, when I find that I have to strain, sometimes to get notes, and then I listen to performers like yourself where it's literally sounds like you're just straining every millimeter of those vocal cords for hours at a time. How do you do that without either sustaining permanent damage or getting some kind of strain on your voice? Like how does that work? teach me your secrets.
Well, there's a video series called The Zen of Screaming, the Zen of Screaming by Melissa Cross, and she teaches you basically in that series. She teaches you the method and technique, which is basically using your diaphragm, squeezing your diaphragm, pushing the air, creating a bridge, just like when you were singing. It's the same concept. But instead of singing and opening your vocal cords, you're kind of compressing them and allowing them to have a smaller passage of air, which creates a deeper sound, right? So when I'm screaming, I'm using maybe 20% of my actual voice. The rest is air.
Huh.
And it's a combination of those two which allow me to do it safely. without damaging my vocal cords, because the only like part of my voice I'm putting in is to give the uh, sonic sound that I'm creating energy or emotion, right? So it's a balance. There's this like when you sing, right? You're constantly engaging your core, and you're making sure that your voice is prominent and you're hitting certain areas and giving your notes, the ability to flow. And it's basically the same concept, but the only difference is I'm like pushing in a way that's constricting, while singing you need to be open.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It's always something that has fascinated me, and it's not even necessarily that in the scream market necessarily on its own. It's if I watch somebody like Springsteen, for example, who will put on a 4 hour long concert where it just seems like he's belting the entire thing from beginning to end, and I don't understand how you go out there and do it again the next day. It's crazy, but it must be the same kind of techniques. That's super interesting. If you had to make the choice between the devil stuff and the mailbox stuff, between those two styles, is there one that would win out? You're smiling because this is a tough question. Is there one that would win out? Is there one that is more true to yourself?
Well, the thing with this is when it's mailbox, it's mailbox. Mailbox, and whoever mailbox decides to involve in that career. When it's devils, by definition, it's mailbox and four others. And with four others comes families, jobs, things that could potentially cause some sort of slowdown or blockade in pursuing the career the way it might need to be pursued sometimes. So I'm not rooting for either side. I'm putting both out in the hopes that one will do something. Now, even if it doesn't, and even if none of them do, that's fine too, because I also have knowledge to be able to create music.
Sure.
And also mix music and be an engineer in a studio. So I've basically set myself up to finish my life career in music somehow. Right now, I'm floating a roofing business, and that's sustaining my income and also giving me control of the schedule for some of the members in the band, which is like, if we have to go on tour, well, I can do that, because
Right.
You don't have to get a leap of absence from your boss because, well, I'm in the band too,
Right. Yeah.
right? So there is really no choice. We're just having fun doing all of them, right?
Yeah.
Mailbox is different because Mailbox doesn't have to scream to be understood, right? Mailbox is poetry, but Devils is also poetry. But the thing is there's different codes in both genres. Now you have to decode Mailbox scream to get something, because he's speaking in a medieval, metaphoric,
Guttural.
sort of guttural, evil storytelling. Mailbox is out here giving you the straight up, this is how I feel, this is what's going on. Hopefully you feel the same energy with completely clear and understandable lyrics.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know how frustrating it is to be a vocalist for 10 years and still have people that have no idea what your songs are about?
Yes, I do. I share your pain. Okay, yes, understood.
Right? And you're just like, I love this song, but I have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh man. Like, if you knew what I put in there, like if you knew the lyrics and you knew what it was that I was saying, you'd be like, okay, well, now I understand this song more. But like, every song has a message, just like Mailbox. But his message is a little more clear.
Yeah.
You still kind of have to decode it, but not as much as you have to decode Mailbox and Devils.
Sure.
So I'm a lyricist first, and then I learned how to scream, and then I learned how to rap.
Gotcha.
And either way, both sides are a way for me to get my message out.
Yep. Absolutely.
And my footprint is there in both sides, and whatever one tends to serve the purpose is the one that's going to.
So let me ask you this now, because it's interesting when we talk when you talk about Mailbox and you're referring to him as the royal we, almost, right? It's like this other character. How close to Sean Mayhew is Mailbox? Is Mailbox a persona that adopts and shifts its face to suit one or the other, and is in some way, not negatively speaking, but a mask that you can kind of wear to present ideas, safely, where you don't necessarily have to have that much of an emotional attachment? I guess the idea being, is the character of Mailbox something that's contrapuntal to the person of Sean Mayhew?
Mailbox and Sean Mayhew are one and the same. Mailbox is Sean Mayhew's unspoken words and unspoken thoughts. Mailbox is Sean Mayhew's emotional static that he cannot display in his personal being. Like, I know you've met me. I know a lot of people met me. A lot of people, they don't understand me. Like, they can't read me because I'm so like straight faced all the time, and it's just the way I am from how I was raised in my childhood. And I'm working. Mailbox is helping me to unlock those emotions. So Mailbox is like a helper as a persona to helping me to unlock my ability to be able to communicate.
Sure.
Because like I can only do certain things musically that I can't say in person, or I couldn't convey the same as when I wrote it. Because when I write it, it's almost like I get the waves, and it's like, okay, then I start typing or in my phone, and it just doesn't stop until it's done.
Yeah.
Now, Mailbox Devils is the voice of 4 other people who share values. So Mailbox Devils writes songs that are a comparison of how Bruce or Jamie or Teddy is feeling, a subject that everybody can kind of come together on, and it's usually on the political side, but not necessarily directly related.
Yeah.
A lot of the songs that Mailbox Devils writes are a message, but a message with multiple meanings. So this could mean for you something, and for somebody else it could mean something else.
Sure. Yeah.
But Mailbox writes based on the energy. Mailbox Devils writes based on the energy he's receiving from the rest of the band.
Yeah.
We all talk about it. And when the song gets named, I address all of the members in the band and say, I want to name this song this, and this is what it's about. Make sure that they're all on the same page, like, yeah. Because when they bring me the riffs in the music, I get a feeling from it. When
Sure.
I get a feeling from it, I write. And that's me kind of picking up on what they were thinking when they were writing it too, hopefully. And that's kind of how I put it out.
Yeah, that's an excellent answer, and I think it kind of does allude a little bit to the idea of not necessarily a mask as a disguise, but a mask as a tool, as a cathartic tool, to be able to say, here's this persona where I can express things that I normally couldn't express in a way that I normally couldn't express them, and it's helping me get in touch with myself, like inward. I wanted to use an analogy, but I didn't want to offend you. When I said it, it's almost like, and I mean this in all the utmost respect possible. It's just going to sound weird, so bear with me. But it's like when a clown puts on, a makeup and transforms himself into, the jester, so that he can express those thoughts and feelings in ways that, you know, keep him safe as a person, but still allow him to, you know, integrate some of those thoughts into the core, right? Or at least I think that's just it's my kind of take on it. So please don't get offended that I use the clown analogy.
Listen. Being offended is not something that ever happens to me. I am completely immune to being offended. I do not even, there is not one thing that you could say to me from your vocal cords, or any person in this world that could say to me from their vocal cords, that I would be offended by, because everybody has their own views and opinions. And sometimes when we put words together, we don't necessarily choose the right words that somebody else wants us, you know, to say,
yeah.
or how they want to hear it. And that's pretty much what being, you know, offended to me means. So I understand what you're saying. You could have said, you could have said Halloween, a ghoul for Halloween, or whatever. It still would have had the same concept. So
Okay.
I get what you're saying.
That's
But
good.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to think that, like, you know, I'm making mockery of it, and nothing could be further from the truth.
No, of course not. I would not.
In terms of, you know, and this is sort of, for me, is the elephant in the room when it comes to the hip hop genre, and you can call me out for being ignorant on this fact, but it seems to me that there's a lot of that market that deals specifically in, you know, especially lyrical content that tends to be derogatory, especially towards women. Especially towards, you know, with playing racial issues against each other. And I noticed that your stuff has a distinct lack of that. And is that because, are you trying to bring an element of positivity into that genre, or just, is that just because that's how you are?
Going against the grain is the real only way you can scratch the surface. So I'm not gonna be like everybody else, you know. Today's music is what it's always been. The only difference is it's got a lot more help from plugins and technology, which makes it sound sonically better than it did 10 years ago. But the point is that market will be around forever, because that market appeals to, unfortunately, the youth that are at the most critical point in their lives in making decisions on how they're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that music influences them from that point to think that that is a way to be, and that is a cool thing, and that is what life is, right? I get it, and I understand it, and I know there's a market for it, and it makes money, and, you know, the world goes round, right? But for me, I'm more that person that wants to make you have goosebumps when you listen. Talking about being in the club and getting drunk, there's not one song that a major artist that is successful in pop music, or that music that makes you, it's a vibe, right, will make you have goosebumps from.
Yeah.
They're talking about this and this. You're driving in your car. Everybody else is listening to it. It's got a good sound. It's got a heavy bass. Sounds good. Feels good. Half the time you're not even listening to the lyrics. You're just vibing with it because it vibes good.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Music is a vibe. And I understand that vibe. And that's a whole nother vibe. There's vibes everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's all dependent on the producer and the artist when they created the song. They were going for a certain vibe, and, they created that vibe, and that's what people are going to feel. So my vibe is more of like, you can listen to this song once, and you can turn it off, and you can never listen to it again. But for those 3 minutes that you were listening to that song, you caught a vibe, then my job has been accomplished.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I get that. And I think, that's something that most musicians that are musicians, first and foremost, as opposed to just entertainers, would kind of strive for. I mean, for me, absolutely, the musical connection must be emotional before it's anything else, right?
Hmm.
I would rather have two people get goosebumps than have 20 people dancing. And that makes me in the minority for a lot of, popular musicians, and that's just fine. I'll take the two people over the 20 people any day of the week. Um,
Yeah,
I want to ask you these two questions, but first, because we're going to kind of wrap it up. I want to thank you so much for being a part of this conversation and lending your voice to it.
absolutely. Thank you.
I think it's I think seeing that duality, the mailbox on both sides of that coin is absolutely fascinating, and I look forward to any time that I'm able to go and catch anything that you're doing. I think it's wonderful. Um, I want to ask you these two questions that I've kind of been asking everybody. Um, what from the life of normalcy of a few weeks ago, when we could move about unrestricted and live normally, what is it that you miss the most? And then on the flip side of that, because of this forced isolation that we were talking about at the beginning, has there been anything that, to your surprise, maybe through introspection or maybe just out of the blue, have you found something that has been comforting or joyful?
Um, well, missing the most would probably be going into large groups of people without worrying about catching a deadly virus that could or could not kill me, right? That's pretty much the whole, and like even after this thing is over, who knows what social distancing is going to have a play. It's probably going to have a play for quite some time, and it's going to make people think. The last question was joy. Well, our city is doing very well. I've seen people standing outside of supermarkets and in lines, frustrating because it's cold and they're standing out there and only one person can go in. But everybody seems to be understanding that that's a necessary thing, and they're even doing things. Older people go ahead of them, and the courtesy is still there. So I think this time is a time for human decency and compassion to shine rather than connection and physical interaction. I feel that the connection and the compassion between humans is at an all-time high right now,
I
and
agree.
that would be the biggest positive that I can possibly put on.
I agree, and I've been saying it since we talked to the very first person on this. Is that I really hope that this kind of level of enlightenment, as far as the spirit of humanity, can continue once this is all over, and it's not just this weird transient thing because we're forced to recognize these things that we no longer can reach out and touch someone. For example, I really hope that it's not a transient thing. I really hope that it's here as another stage of recognizing the benevolence in all of us, and the fact that you can rely on your neighbor and you can reach out for help, and it's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to receive help, and it's okay to help somebody, rather than just constantly tear people down. Let's try building each other up, because it takes so much less effort, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, and no matter who you are on the social ladder, no matter who you are on the economic ladder, no matter what color your skin or where you were born or the life that you live, we are all flying in regards to this virus and other viruses where it has the ability to penetrate our cells and duplicate itself rapidly inside of our body. And there's not a single person, no matter where, like I said, where you're from or your status, that is protected from this.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a reality check for some, and a position on like I said, human decency and compassion, that regardless, we are all in this together, every
100%.
single person.
100%.
So that's why I feel that compassion is at an all-time high, and that's why I'm spreading love through this pandemic and trying to impact the world in a positive way.
Well said. Well said. I could not agree more, and I could not have said it better myself. So thank you for that. I have one question from the comments that I want to address real fast. Apart from everybody that's just showing you love, and Dave Jr. saying, that you and Devils are such a huge part of Canerfest that no one really understands how big of a part that is. But I think deep down we all do. That's just I said last night to Greg Nipp that you can really tell a lot about the content of a person's character by listening to the way that other people describe them. And I've never heard anyone say anything about you apart from the fact that you're one of the best examples of humanity that we have. So that should speak volumes. The question in
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
No problem. It's just the truth. The question comes from Tina Beneteau, and the question is, what made you decide to be a Canadian musician, and what do you hope down the road of your career as a musician? I mean, and I would say it probably wasn't a choice. It's just something you felt like you had to do, but I'm going to let you answer that question.
Originally, I got into it because I seen the people on YouTube when YouTube first came out, and the internet kind of came out. It was like there was this big thing about YouTube and music videos and stuff. Realistically, if I'm being honest, the reason why I started is because I wanted to be that person. I wanted to be put in the public light, and I wanted to have something, and that's who K-Flow was. K-Flow was. He was just like all the others. He didn't give a crap about anything. Cocky, arrogant, just a lost kid looking for some sort of recognition for who he was. Devils, by definition, shaped me into Mailbox, and Mailbox is something that I am. What I hope to do is be able to get a position to be able to use my gifts or musical talents to impact people in a positive way. I'd like people to be able to come to my show, spend 40 minutes with me in the crowd while I'm on stage and I have a microphone, and be able to help them or make them feel a certain way or a vibe by the time that they leave, so that they can carry that. Because I feel I'm bringing people in, I'm filling them up, and I'm charging them with good energy, and I'm sending them out into the world. And if I can do that 100 times, we can make some differences in the world and help some people. And I'm not claiming to be any sort of, I just put out music that has good vibes. Hopefully, with music being the largest carrier of energy that's out there in the entire world, everybody has headphones. Everybody listens to music on a daily basis. That is a direct line to be able to impact people, and I'm going to use it for the power and position that it was intended to be used, and that's to spread positivity and vibes in people.
That's very well put. I'm picturing now, like the people that are attending your shows as little batteries, right? And they just get filled up with all this positive energy, and then they go out and they just radiate it, right? And that's the idea too. I think, that's kind of how I look at it as well. It's like let's fill people with the power to make other people positive, I guess. Sean, I want to thank you so much.
Well, music is everybody's savings grace, right? Music is everybody's savings grace. You go to music for feeling. You go to music for emotion. There's a certain emotion you're feeling. You listen to a certain song. So, I mean, it's basically the lifeline of our entire civilization, right? So, and there's so much music out there that you can basically literally choose how you want to feel at what time you want to feel it.
Yeah, for sure. Sean, I want to thank you so much. We've run I think this is probably the longest conversation I've had with somebody on the show, but it's just been so fascinating, and the stories have been so great, and you can feel the positive energy coming even through the camera. So I want to thank you so much for lending your voice and taking the time. And please, at the end of this, if you don't mind, drop some links in the comments so that people can go check out Devils, check out Mailbox, the hip hop thing, check out Rooftop Renovators, the whole thing. Whatever we can do to help each other and kind of bump each other up during this, let's do it.
Of course, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Okay, man. We'll talk soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Take care.
Stay safe.
Well, there you had it. We talked with Sean Mayhew, also known as Mailbox, in two different two different categories. And that did run long, but I mean, it's amazing. And I really like the way that he said, music is the most pervasive force in society. And you think about it, like we're there's a rhythm to heartbeats when we're gestating, and we're listening to that. And then when we are born, our parents sing us lullabies, or our grandparents sing us lullabies. Like that melody, that concept of melody and togetherness has been a constant right from the very beginning. Anyway, we're going to play The Storm Will Pass from Mailbox, a relatively new release. And it's about, again, a message of positivity during this weird and unusual time we find ourselves in. And then I'm going to try to play at least one song before we have to talk to our next guest. But I have to say, again, these conversations are really, they're starting to grow, and I think it's just wonderful. Anyway, this will be Mailbox with The Storm Will Pass.
The storm will pass. The storm will pass. I'm not cocky, but I have a bit of confidence. I put 100 pennies in a jar, call that common sense. Things are getting loony, I ain't talking about bugs. They're lighting up the socket, not talking about plugs. I'm looking with my eyes closed to see a brighter future. Go fuck around with snakes, cause they might seduce ya. Chilling on the princess head, I'm calling that Medusa. Turning over stones, heading back into the future. Just like DeLorean, people running around on some light speed. Careful where you look or it could turn into a fight scene. People getting greedy, hoarding up the stock. Eventually, they be putting borders on their block. No one in and out unless you got a pass. In a temperature of 96 degrees, just make sure you wear a mask. Don't touch nothing, cause everything is tainted. I wish this was a picture that I painted, but it's real life. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. Cause it always gets worse before it gets better. But the media is holding us with this tether. So turn the screen off and look inside your yard. Take a moment to just stare up at the stars. The universe is vast and we are just a little speck made of molecules and atoms. If I am correct, and the science is in motion to create a little potion. Who knows just what it is, or if it is just what we're hoping. I'm talking about a vaccine. Yeah, we can live inside of that dream. But we need to wake up and realize that some of this is made up. And there's so much fear we don't really know what to be afraid of. Cause we all get sick and play that little game. There's people putting poison in their veins. We're built to survive. But sometimes we just run out of time. But the storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers. The storm will pass. Like 100 others, people hiding under covers. To the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers.
Well, there you had it. One side of the coin, that is Mailbox, Sean Mayu, with another fantastic self-produced hip-hop track. Awesome. And he's posting up his stuff in the comments right now, so if you are interested in checking that out, please do. He's going to have, I'm assuming, some stuff for Devils as well. Whole bunch of things. All right. Let's get to this and see if we can get this request out by for Rob Shepley. It's another Pink Floyd tune. We've been doing some pretty interesting stuff to Pink Floyd during this time. Now, the weird thing about this is it has 2 beats, and I'm not sure how we're going to do that with the looper because it does like there's one beat in the verse normally it's like this. It's and so I'm not sure how we transition that into the next beat without having it shut off. It's interesting. The wheels are turning. The wheels are turning. I think we're just going to have to go with one. We're going to have to go with one beat because I can't see how it can flip between the two. Anyway, see, that's just my... So the question is, do we do this one? I think we do that one because it's interesting. Let's do that one. Yeah, see, it's going to be too hard to get the other one in there. So we're just going to go with one. This is going to be the Hey You that only has this beat in it. You heard it here only, and probably only one time. Hey you, out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old, can you feel me? Hey you, standing in the aisles with itchy feet and fading smiles, can you feel me? Hey you, don't help them to bury the light. Don't give in without a fight. Hey you, out there on your own, sitting naked by the phone, would you touch me? Hey you, with your ear against the wall, waiting for someone to call out, would you touch me? Hey you, would you help me to carry the stone? Open your heart, I'm coming home. It was only fantasy. The wall was too high, as you can see. No matter how he tried, he could not break free. And the words ate into his brain. hall. Can you help me? Hey, you, don't tell me there's no hope at all. Together we stand, divided we fall, we fall, we fall. I don't know. I tried to get that little synth part in the middle there, but I didn't make the loop long enough to get the D minor in. Oh well. I hope that was hope it was close anyway. So challenging, Rob. Rob, you guy. That's right, Sean. On YouTube, it will live forever. That's right. Somewhere down the road, my grandkids will come up and be like, "Remember when Pappy did this terrible version of Pink Floyd?" I don't know why my children have a bizarre Southern accent, but they do. Sounded great. Oh, Joe, thank you so much, man. All right. Well, we have now run into the time for our next guest. Like we're on time, so that's good. So I'm going to go ahead and give her a call. Now, I will point out that she is in a rural part of Ontario. I've always, by the way, found that word really hard to say. Rural. She's in a rural part. She's in a non-urban part of Ontario, and so therefore the internet connection may be a little dodgy. She's warning us about that. So let's just see what happens. Much like REO Speedwagon, we will just roll with the changes. How about that? See what I did there? That's pretty good. We should play that. That should be a good song we can play. All right, I'm just restarting Messenger, and we'll see how it goes. All right, we're getting some ringy dingies happening here. Oh, and we actually have maintained a connection. Fantastic. So I've got her on. I just don't have it live yet. Let me just change it because right now she's staring at my keyboard, which is a very unimpressive view. And now we will move it over to the messenger window. And everyone say hello to Miss Alison Brown.
Hello. Hello, friends.
Hello. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Things are good here. I'm out in pocket corners where the internet's iffy.
I can see that. You're kind
But I think I'm coming through loud and clear.
Yeah,
Oh,
vocally
you
you're
disappeared
great.
there, Chris.
Vocally you're great. The picture's kind of stroby, but that's okay. We'll work with it. We understand that down on the farm it's a different thing.
Maybe you guys can still hear me. So I'm out here at the farm, just hanging out in self-isolation.
Oh no, look at that. It ended. This may be dodgy internet. We're going to try it again and we'll see what happens. And then maybe we'll do something where we can connect via the phone, or maybe only on audio chatting. That might work. Let's try the video one more time and we'll see how it works. And then we'll try audio chatting if that doesn't work. Ah, the joys of modern technology. When it relates to rural Ontario. Paquette Corners. So that's where see, I forgot to ask her where she was, so I just put on the farm. She's Alison Brown on the farm. But it does not look like we are getting much of a connection here. All right, we're going to try just audio calling and see how that works. Maybe it's too high bandwidth for video. Do, 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 do. Yeah, Dan, you're not having a mini stroke because you can't say rural. It's an impossible word. Why did they even make it? Come on, rural. Like we got to have a better word than rural. That's right. 56K ventriloquist. Exactly. Uh-oh. I'm getting unreachable. I'm going to see if she can just call me on the phone. And then you know what? I'm going to put it on speakerphone. We're going to make this work. Hang on one second. Can you call me on the phone? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get Jim's microphone. Watch, this is going to be cool. Because then what I can do with Jim's microphone is I can put it on speakerphone and have the microphone right next to the speaker. That might work, I think. Assuming that she's even getting the message to call me on the phone right now. So good. I love it when the show is plagued by errors. It's wonderful. I'm not seeing any of my messages actually going through. Let me just copy and paste this directly into the Book of Faces. Oh, Sean Father sent me an excellent message. He actually got the Wheels t-shirt from brand-dead.com. Fantastic. I love it. Well, we'll see if Allison is able to give me a shout back. Let me just go back to the live cam so we don't have to see the abject failure message on the screen. Oh, and just like that, we're back to some degree of normalcy. Oh, she's saying try again. All right, we'll try this one more time. And if it does not work, then I'm going to see if I can get her to call me on the phone. It says it's connecting. But it doesn't look like it. Nope. Rural Ontario strikes again. All right. Well, anyway, I have this. This is the high-tech studio right here. That's what we're going to do. It's going to be a mating of technology. If she can actually get the message with my phone number in it. And if not, we'll go back and play some more music and we'll see if we can get things set up. But I think it would be really cool if we were actually able to talk to her. How about a tune from Elton John, Rock of the Westies? Yeah, wow. What's on that album? Oh, man. Rock of the Westies. That is... Let's see. I'm going to look it up while we're waiting here. I think the internet may have been working better during the day because I did connect with her during the day to try to do a test, and it was working. However, she did let me know that it might be a little weird. Ooh, Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. That's on that album. All right. I'm going to assume that she can't see these messages, and we're not going to kind of hold our breath here. So if we can get that sorted out, we'll come back and talk to her. All right. Let's see here. We got some Elton John requests here. Oh, Island Girl. And Grow Some Funk of Your Own. There we go. We could try that one. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. What's the worst? What's the worst that can happen?
Looked at my watch and it's 4:45. The headlines screamed that I was still alive. I couldn't understand it. I thought I died last night. Well, I dreamed I'd been in a border town, in a little cantina that the boys had found. I'm desperate to dance, just to dig local sounds. When along came a senorita, she looked so good that I had to meet her. I was ready to approach her with my English charm, when a brass knuckle boyfriend
Grab me by the arm. It's a weird thing in there.
and needs to grow some funk of your own. Amigo, grow some funk of your own. We know like to with the gringo fight, but there might be a death in Mexico tonight. If you can grow some funk of your own, amigo, grow some funk of your own. Take my advice, take the next flight. Grow your funk at home. Well, I look to support from the rest of my friends for the vanishing trick. They get 10 out of 10. I knelt to pray just to see if he would comprehend. I dreamed I'd been in a border town, in a little cantina that the boys had found. I was desperate to dance, just to dig the local sounds. When along came a senorita, she looked so good that I had to meet her. I was ready to approach her with my English charm, when a brass knuckle boyfriend grabbed me by the arm. And he said, grow some funk of your own. Amigo, grow some funk of your own. We know like to with the gringo fight, but there might be a death in Mexico tonight. If you can't grow some funk of your own, amigo, grow some funk of your own. Take my advice, take the next flight. Grow your funk at home.
So sometimes for these Elton John tunes, I have to go to an actual website called Elton Chords because it's usually a little more accurate, but it also is a lot more complicated. So trying to figure out that song, which by the way, that's the first time I ever tried playing it. So hopefully it was a little bit of, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how many people drop off the stream after that. Oh, well. All right. Well, Allison says she's turned off the router. She's done the IT trick. She's turned it off and back on again. Well, let's give it another try. She says so. Let's do that. Let's give it another try. I don't want to miss talking with her. Let's see what happens here. We are ringing. Oh, and we have video back. So let me just switch the camera. So again, she's not staring at my keyboard because who wants to see that? Clearly after that last performance, nobody in particular.
The end of that was great.
Oh, yeah, let's not go that far.
Well, I just got back to like the last, 5 notes.
Oh, well, the last 5 notes were brilliant. Let me just set that up right there. The last 5 notes were the best part of the whole song.
Okay.
Allison Brown on the farm. So I could not. You were right. I could not fit roots songstress, arts administrator, and there was a third one. I can't fit that all on the title card. So I have on here musician and arts admin. And first, let me ask you, how are you doing? Everybody okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, things are good. I'm back at the farm here at Pocket Corners. I'm living it with my parents. So, you're actually seeing my childhood bedroom where no one knows really where I live when I'm not traveling. So this is it.
We're getting the inner glimpse. We're in the inner sanctum.
Yes, this is grand, this is where the magic happens.
Right. Excellent. Well, we will keep that in mind when we're talking with you. So I guess I'll leave it up to you. Which one of these career paths do you want to discuss first?
Well, lately I've really been kind of pulling from each little piece of the pie over the last couple years. I have been kind of scaling back a bit on music over the last, I'd say, 2 years, but I've also had a chance to do a lot of really great things lately. Like I've worked as the manager for the Windsor Classic Chorale. I wrote articles for the Harrow newspaper for a little while. And I've also been doing tons of house sitting and house cleaning and pet sitting. And I also work for the Old School Bluegrass Camp coming up this summer, which we are hoping will still be a go. So yeah, pick whichever one you want to chat about, Chris. There's lots to talk about. Although none of those things are really going full tilt right now.
Well, but that's okay. I mean, I'll just pick one of the 8 million hats that you choose to wear. It's fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about the arts administration first, because I know that my knowledge of you is as a musician and an extremely fine and accomplished musician. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about your role as in first tell me a little bit when we say art administration or arts administration, what's that about? And then how has the recent kind of turn of events, how have we seen that kind of affecting the arts community from an administrative standpoint?
Well, I kind of use that term arts administrator to kind of cover a lot of the things that I had been doing kind of behind the scenes for people that I didn't really have a title for. So, I mean, I've definitely farmed out my services to put on concerts for other organizations, manage events, make posters. I've done a lot of CD mail outs to radio stations for friends of mine who have released albums, writing bios, writing press releases. So I've kind of put all of that under the category of arts admin. And even right now, I'm doing a little project for the Windsor Feminist Theatre. They hire me to do projects now and then. So I'm doing kind of a work from home project that I can do all online, just kind of dealing with some of their archives and making some reports. And I've also written grants for both myself and other people. So that's kind of what I put under the umbrella of that. Yeah, so that's definitely changed because it's sort of like a freelance, at least the way I do it, it's more of a freelance service. So, I mean, all of those gigs are canceled for all of those other people. So, and tours and record releases are all on hold, not just for myself, but for people that would otherwise have me doing projects for them. So, a lot of people I think are scrambling, especially people who, I'm really glad to see that places like the Ontario Arts Council, they've all been very understanding about people who have had grant projects that were supposed to start. Like back in the summer, I wrote a grant for some friends of mine who were supposed to do a tour of house concerts up in the Yukon, like right now. So, all of those projects that were at play it's not like they're going to tell you that you can't, that they want their funding back or something like that. So a lot of that stuff's on hold, but I think it's really, it's very crushing to put that amount of planning into anything like a big tour or a concert or a theatrical production. Like the wheels that turn for theatrical productions are just tremendous, and to have put all of that work, like it's one thing to lose a bunch of gigs, but people I don't think realize how much pre-planning um, that takes for musicians. And I'm actually feeling pretty like I myself had nothing booked after this time. Like I've been kind of planning on taking a break from music, so I didn't have festivals for the summer. I didn't have special events that I was supposed to play at. I didn't really lose any performance type stuff because I just randomly planned on taking a huge break right now. So, but I'm really feeling for people who were like midway through tours, or people who were scheduled to play at festivals that are now canceled.
Yeah.
Like you work really hard. Like it takes years and years of hard work and effort to get the attention from those festivals. And even though I'm hoping that some of those festivals, I'm sure, will sort of basically rebook the same acts for next summer's festivals, but I'm sure that schedules and stuff are not going to be always workable, especially for big headlining acts.
Yeah.
But then that sort of knocks off all the opportunities for 2021. So all of those people who would otherwise be looking for gigs in 2021, those opportunities are gone.
Yeah.
Because they lose this year's festival. So it's a big deal. I'm glad that I feel like I didn't take a big hit personally, but I'm really feeling for a lot of my friends. Like I had my good friend Richard Garvey from Kitchener just bought a van that he was going to live in and do a whole bunch of gigs all the way across to BC, and that's on hold, and people who are in really precarious situations in the first place, that basically move out of their houses so that they can go on tour.
Yeah.
Like that's what I've done numbers of times, and if I had been in a situation like that right now, it would have been extremely devastating and very hard to recoup, because of again, it's not so much the gigs themselves as much as they're the fun part. It's just all of that work that you put into arranging everything. So
yeah, we talked a little bit about yesterday on the program to Mike Lesperance, who runs a promotions company and and an event production company, and he was saying that there is all this behind the scenes footage when you start to take into consideration the gaffers and the grips and the electricians and the sound crew and the painters and the set decorators.
Yeah.
And all of these people are being affected. It's not just necessarily the stars or the folks that are on the stage, because somebody has to manage the stage and run the stage and dress the stage and strike the stage. So it's a much bigger picture.
Yeah.
What does this look like in terms of if you look at it if you put on your promoter's hat for a second, and you look at this from that point of view, one of the things we talked about yesterday was that there may be this incredible surge to try to mount the tours or the performances that have been canceled thus far. And because of the amount of logistics that goes into setting those performances up, are we going to see this huge bottleneck get created when everybody's trying to get use of the same transportation, and everybody's trying to get use of the same hospitality, and everybody's trying to get use of the same teams of people? You know what I mean? Like it's we're taking all of this backlog and we're suddenly trying to funnel into this very narrow gap of opportunity. What do you think that looks like from a promoter's standpoint?
Well, I think again we're probably going to see that come to fruition like after things start to open back up again, because again it's sort of like that like I think we will see exactly what you were talking about, like sort of like trying to stream all of, like trying to take the now gigs and squish them in with the future gigs.
Yeah.
I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure, because you don't want to take the opportunity away from people that have been, like you said, have been planning this, and there's certainly a large amount of planning that goes into it. But by the same token, you kind of have to fit those in with what would have normally been upcoming schedules. So I think we're going to see a real kind of jockeying of position here. But the other thing that we've seen a huge rise in right now is this concept of the virtual house concert or the virtual stream concert. And I'm curious,
Hmm.
what do you think the outcome of this will be? Do you think that this is a technology that will become more readily utilized going forward because people now are forced to take advantage of it now?
You know, there are big pluses and minuses, I think. And I think it just kind of goes down to your own personal connection with the live music experience. Because some people, like myself, this is the longest amount of time that I have gone without actually watching somebody else play music. Because usually on a regular week, I will go to like an open mic, or I will have a gig myself, or I will go and watch somebody else's band somewhere, or end up at a jam where there's live music, or I even count karaoke in that.
Hmm. Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I'm a very plugged in person, and it's a part of my regular habits to go and see live concerts. And you know, I learned a long time ago when I was working at a record store up in London that there are like thousands and thousands of people out there who love music so much, and they buy records, and they, you know, they want to watch videos online, but they just don't want to go out for whatever reason. Maybe it's scheduling, or like they have kids, they can't, you know what I mean? So there's definitely a lot of people who are very plugged into music that are just not, for whatever reason they have, into going out in groups or even by yourself. Like a lot of times I find it really difficult because I don't have anybody to go with half the time when I'm going to stuff, you know, to just get up and, you know, put some party clothes on and go out and just hang out at the bar and drink a beer by myself and watch somebody play.
Yeah.
You know, not every person is that. You know, there's lots of reasons why people may not want to go out for music. Or if you're living in a rural area, like, you know, there's lots of places in Manitoba and, you know, other parts of the country where an urban center where you can see a band is like 4 and 5 hours away, really.
Sure.
You know, so I think that this live experience over the internet is going to really be very great for people who are kind of in that camp, that they love music, they want to interact with their favorite musicians, but they don't necessarily want to go out. But I think that the people who are a little bit more inclined to the live experience are still really missing that. Like, you know, I find that if I'm still on my computer, I'm getting distracted by messages or whatever. Like, I find that my concentration level for watching the concerts
Hmm.
is definitely lower than if I had been sitting in a seat at the venue, person singing right to me. You know, I know they're singing to me
Yeah.
over
it's
the internet,
yeah,
but you know,
but
it's kind of a different,
the,
you know, a different feeling, I think.
there is
So,
a way more of an emotional and spiritual connection to somebody when you see them live. I mean, even just on a simple thing of having a conversation, right? I mean, like you and I can get a sense of the empathy that's coming from each other or read each other's emotions and things like that. But there's a different an energy pickup that you get when you're speaking to somebody live. So I don't think that live music will ever go away. Absolutely not. And I think that definitely people will get much more of an emotional experience out of it. I think where I was going with that though was, you know, do we think that we're going to see a wider adoption of these virtualized concerts or streamed concerts or you know, music being done on the kind of the spur of the moment? Hey, you know, I don't have a gig today, so I'm just going to pick up my guitar and plug in and go live on the internet and see, you know, see how that's going to shake out because of the fact that right now this is all we can do as performers.
you know, I think we are going to see more people doing this more often again, because there is that surge of people that are out there that I think are getting even more exposure to more artists right now that are in the not going out camp. So I feel like, yeah, people will definitely keep doing this. But again, I also feel like when you're a gigging musician, you're sort of hooked on that audience feeling.
For
Like I
sure.
feel like, you know, there's probably a few people out there doing these sorts of live. Oh no, did we lose you?
Mm,
Did we lose you?
you're frozen. No, there you are.
Are you
You're back.
there?
You're back.
Oh, oh, I'm still there.
Yeah.
Yay, I'm still here. But yeah, no, I feel like I feel like as long as musicians are getting sort of the energy that they need from doing the live performances online, then they will still definitely proliferate. And you know, I haven't done one yet myself. I was part of a little thing on the weekend. My friend from Victoria Carolyn Marks. She does this hootenanny every Sunday night at a bar called Logan's. So she decided to put the hootenanny online, and I was asked to sing as part of that. So I set up my trailer in the backyard, and I did 3 songs out there. But I think I might try to do some live video as long as my internet can hold up, just casually, just for fun. Because again, like, some of the music that I do isn't always at its best in like a bar or restaurant situation.
For
Like
sure.
if I want to play 5 songs that are kind of quiet, I mean, people on the internet, can just be listening. It can be a little bit almost more of a personal experience, I would think. So I'm going to try it before things go back to
Yeah.
normal, or
Well,
maybe even after that. So
pro tip,
Yeah.
if you're worried about the internet being dodgy, I would just record it and then upload it to YouTube and let people watch it on
are you
demand.
still there, Chris?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. You're sort of frozen. Nope, now you're back.
I'm back.
I was just gonna say, pro tip: if the internet is dodgy, as we're seeing, I would just record it and then upload it to YouTube so people can watch it on
Oh
demand.
yeah,
Yeah.
I may do that as
Yeah.
well, because it doesn't necessarily have to be live.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So yeah, I think it's a good thing to try. And I did unplug my router and I plugged it back in again. So I think things
you're
might be
you're an
okay.
IT professional right there. That's literally 90% of my job is the question: have you tried plugging it back in again? Yeah. So good on you
Well.
for troubleshooting that. That was fantastic. See, I'm not necessary. That's my whole profession right there. I want to talk a little bit about as a songwriter and as somebody that I think that you and I are more in the same camp than not in terms of the kind of music that we write, where we will tend to write on the softer, more introspective side or the more emotional side of things. And I'm wondering if you find
Oh,
yourself.
Chris, I'm losing your question.
Yeah. Okay, where did we drop off? Oh, the curse of rural internet happens again.
You're asking me if
Oh.
I find myself.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, because if you are writing songs that are on a more emotional level, let's say, right, or that deal with from an emotional level within you, do you find that writing during a time like this, that kind of oppressive, negative, panicky kind of energy gets into the songwriting, or are you using songwriting to combat that?
I've taken again a bit of a break from writing. I haven't really consciously written songs since 2018. But this, since this has all started, I've gotten back into journaling, and I have actually contributed to a friend of mine has like a songwriting online kind of a songwriting club where she'll send out a theme or a photo or something, and then you have to write a song around that. So I actually submitted one, which is great. But I'm being creative in some other ways too. Like I've done a little bit of artwork and stuff like that. But I've also been kind of just practicing old songs because I really love old songs. I've never been the kind of songwriter that only plays my own material. So, I haven't had a lot of time to practice or write really. I know that seems weird because we all have time, but I live with my parents and I don't really get a lot of time on my own. Like it's kind of funny during this whole thing. I've been trying to move away and live by myself. Everyone's so like upset about being alone, and I'm just like, oh, if only I could just be a little bit more isolated.
Yeah. I
And
get
have
it.
my own place,
Uh,
So
and I wasn't.
yeah, I don't know if any of the anxiety type stuff has been trickling into my writing because again, I'm not feeling that kind of vibe. I mean, for me, instability and unpredictability and working at home and being by myself a lot is kind of my usual. So I'm really not feeling, if anything, I'm actually feeling less stressed in a way because I mean, I've been kind of looking for a regular job for a really long time, and so I'm just like, well, I don't have to look for jobs because there's no jobs right now. So,
Yeah.
I've kind of let myself off the hook. I've been reading this amazing book of Keith Richards. I've been taking, it's a very thick book, so I've just been taking my time to like just do stuff and get around to some things that I haven't tackled. And yeah, I am going to set up my back trailer and kind of use that as a practice space.
Yeah. And
So,
I meant more so from not necessarily that you were writing right now. I think I was more speaking to the subconscious thing of, as artists that may tend to write more emotionally, do we run the risk of allowing our outside kind of emotional sphere affect our writing? Or
I
or
think,
do we use our writing to push that sphere back?
I think I'm in the camp of the, you are going to be bringing everything that's going on with you at the time that you're thinking about a certain song. You're bringing that with you, whether you are tricking yourself into thinking that you're not, or if you are. And I think that actually makes better songs. I really feel like, I hate to say this, but hard times and trouble, they are the fodder for some of the best music that we have, I think.
Absolutely.
Maybe it's because I'm a folk musician and I want to say that, but you know, I feel like both the songs that are both, you know, storytelling and putting those feelings that you have on paper or into a song, or songs that are more of a, let's get ourselves out of this and what are we learning from this, like all of that, it will
Yeah.
all come with you to the song.
I
So whether you want it to or not.
I agree, and I don't necessarily think that it's I mean, certainly folk singing, you know, especially with, you know, the Guthries of the world and the Seegers of the world, shall we say, and the Dylans of the world, absolutely illustrate that point. But I think, you know, even if you want to take it one step further and say Rage Against the Machine are songs
Absolutely.
about that,
Yep,
or
totally.
even Parents Just Don't Understand by, you know, Will Smith and the Fresh, you know, and then DJ Jazzy Jeff. That's all, those things are about struggle in one way or another. It's you know, it's certainly not Great Depression Dust Bowl struggle, but you know,
No.
you take the meaning. I got a question in here from the comments that I want to get to. Tina wants to know, do you have any pets? And I want to, she expanded a little bit on that earlier, and I think she wants to know, you know, what kind of farm are you on? Are you on an animal farm, a vegetable farm, you know, is it what kind of farm life are we talking here? I'm picturing the whole Green Acres thing, so just let me know.
Well, it's sort of like a suburban Walker Road farm. So it's not really like, it's not like I'm not in Manitoba. I don't have like vastness. I basically live in pocket corners. I got a wheat field behind me that is farmed by a guy that my parents let, you know, we rent the farm property to him. You know, on the farm, we have, I have two cats. I have two cats, and we do have a duck and a chicken. We also have a lot of squirrels and bunny rabbits. So it's not really like a farm, but it's rural.
Yeah.
It's pocket corners. So it's on your way to McGregor if
Yeah.
you're driving by.
I often drive by because my mom lives in Harrow, so I often drive.
Yes.
I blow right through pocket corners. There you go.
Yep.
I want to ask you the same questions that I've been asking everyone, which is, from the life of normalcy that we all knew a few weeks ago, what is something that you miss the most? And on the flip side of that, having to be in this forced isolation mode, I mean, with your parents notwithstanding, has there been something that, to your surprise, has brought you comfort or joy or peace or something like that?
Well, let's see. What you know, to be honest, I don't miss a ton of stuff. I miss going out to watch bands. You know, I do miss kind of interacting a little bit more in the live music scene. But you know, when I'm out here at the farm, it usually means that I'm not traveling. So this is usually sort of my rest mode. And when I'm here regularly, I've only been home. Like I was home for all of November and part of December, and then most of January and February, and the very beginning of March. I haven't been here. Like I've only been here for like a week at a time.
Mhm.
It's sort of my crash zone. So usually when I'm home, I'm sort of making plans for when to go to the next place. So I definitely really miss traveling. I've done a ton of train trips recently, and I've been trying to move to Kitchener. That's kind of been my plan for the last couple years. So I finally had enough money saved up. So at the end of February, I was house sitting in Kitchener at this home that I go to quite often to watch their cat. And I had like about 3 weeks there. So I took a lot of time looking for apartments, looking for jobs and all of that. So I did find a place that I was going to get. And right when this was all happening, I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to like move during all of this. So so then I ended up just kind of, backtracking on that. So later on in the summer, and it wasn't a crucial thing that I move right away. I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to pull it off in the first place at this time. Anyway, so I'm kind of bumping that back to September, where I'm going to have to go up to Kitchener and look around again for more apartments, and hopefully prices won't have gone up, or I was kind of thinking maybe prices may go down, so that might be sort of a plus of this as well. So things kind of changed for me. So I definitely miss being able to hop on a train and just go someplace, because I don't have my van anymore, so I haven't been doing any long road trips. But I have done some nice little train hangouts because I go to London quite often, and I was in Toronto earlier this year too. So I miss gigging. I miss seeing people from out of town. But I've also really, what's been good about this is that I have sort of put some of those grown-up kind of things that I was trying to do at 42 years old. I've kind of set them aside.
Yeah.
And I've just been spending time reading, doing yoga, taking walks on the Greenway Trail, thinking about regrouping musically. I'm not going to, because otherwise I would have just taken April and just sort of been getting ready to move and like stressing out about looking for work and all that. And I'm just like, no, I can just take my time here and really have some reflection and figure out what I want to do next, which is kind of exactly what I needed to do. So, I'm doing all right in this.
It's interesting. It's kind of like, we've all of a sudden been given or gifted this time that we've also desperately craved, and some of us know exactly what to do with it, and some of us are absolutely bobbing like little corks in the water and have no idea what to do with it.
Well, when you work for yourself and you're usually working at home, like you can just make your own fun. Like this is again kind of my usual. I get up early in the morning. I start working on projects, sending emails, whatever, and I don't really have a hard time trying to motivate myself into thinking of things to do.
Yeah.
And even if they're just super chill things like crocheting a hat like this one.
Those are wonderful colors, by the way. Those are wonderful colors.
Thank you.
I want to ask a little bit about, what it looks like as far as social distancing goes, because in rural places, I mean, social distancing is kind of just a way of life. Everyone's far apart. So, as opposed to how it is here in the city where everybody's so close together. But, what does it look like out there? Are people, still trying to be mindful of, when you go together to, shop, I guess, or are neighbors getting together and kind of maintaining that connection, or what does it look like out there?
Well, I've been taking it pretty strictly. I gotta say, I am a little bit sort of afraid of getting it, and I'm also afraid of giving it to my parents who are older and who I live with. So I haven't gone to town during this whole thing. I was kind of finishing up a dog sit for some people that I knew who did go to Florida for the March break, and they came back, and then I left before they got home and everything. So at the very beginning, the first week of the pandemic, technically that St. Patrick's Day week, I was still in town. So I haven't been into town. So I usually go to Essex if I need something. It's a little bit less, there's definitely less population. So I'm trying to keep my risk low.
No, it's good.
And then, the only other places I've been going on my bike out to the Greenway Trail, which is just behind me, the old rail trail. And I got to say, people are really, it's busy on the Greenway. Like I usually, I don't have a regular job. So if it's a nice day in the summer and it's Tuesday at 2 p.m, I can go out on my bike for like an hour if I want to, and I probably won't see a person. But now the parking lot that I usually park at sometimes is full of cars. You know, even on cooler days, there's definitely a lot more people, I think, from town coming into the Greenway, because it's probably one of the only sort of park type areas that is still, you know, not closed to the public. And it is a great way to social distance. Like, you can really, like, even when it's busy, there's not really like a situation where like I'm coming really in close contact with
Sure.
anyone.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's pretty good. So
Nice.
I hope that more people will use the Greenway after this is over as well. I think, you know,
This
it's
may
a
be
base.
Yeah, this may be an excellent opportunity because we've all been cooped up inside our homes for so long, especially those of us in urban areas. We may decide that, you know, yeah, we want to get out and get back to nature and see some of the trails and some of the parks and some of the hiking trails or biking trails that are out there, because Essex County is littered with those, and they're quite peaceful and quite beautiful if you really get down to it. I want to thank you so much for this, for you know, lending your voice to the conversation, and you know, being able to reconnect with you after all this time has been wonderful. You know, even if it's been a spotty connection, that's fine. I want to play the video that you sent over earlier today.
Oh, thanks.
And is there anything you want to do to kind of set it up before we do that?
Yeah, well, I just thought I had some time, and again, this is one of these projects that I had in mind for a while. Over the past couple of years, I was taking photos and videos of turbines and bean fields to put in a future video for this song that I wrote called Currents Collide. It also has a lot of footage that I took on Pelee Island, because I go to Pelee Island quite often. So this song, I started writing it in 2016. I didn't really finish it until 2018. And I recorded it in 2018. And so it's about the last Tragically Hip concert. So I happened to have been on Pelee Island watching it on TV. And on the same day, there was a young guy who actually drowned off the tip of the island. So it's a heavy song, but it's really, again, it's kind of about what your legacy is, and, you know, kind of thinking about the passage of time and how much time you have.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do with it? It's kind of appropriate for now.
Exactly. There you go. Introspection is always a wonderful thing if you make the most out of it.
Yeah.
Again, I just want to thank you so much for being a part of this, and you know, again, being able to reconnect has been fantastic. And if you would,
I appreciate your patience on that.
oh, it's all good. Listen, if nothing else has come of this, it's the reinforcement of the fact that unplugging it and plugging back in fixes everything. That's our takeaway from this.
If there's any message we can send.
That's right. If there's any hope at all, that's the hope we have, is the unplug and replug message. If you would be so kind, actually, when we're done, just in the comment section, drop some links that people can go and check your stuff out, because I think that it's a wonderful opportunity to share what you do exceptionally well.
Oh, well, thank you, Chris. This has been a treat. I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, me too. So be safe. I hope that your parents are safe and healthy going forward as well, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
All right, thanks so much. Well, there we had Alison Brown, and we're going to play the track "Currents Collide" right now that she sent over, and we have the video for it. So I've got it all queued up, and without further ado, let's just skip right over to that.
Turbines, motionless, high above the soybean ocean of the Southwest. And it's hard to believe that last night the twister hit. The twister hit. Well, it's hard to believe that last night the twister hit. Undertow, off the island Up from Ohio, he was an all-American kid. Where the currents collide, that's where the lake unzips. It pulls and it rips. Where the currents collide, that's where the lake unzips. Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. A dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. Quickly, something familiar. Quickly, follow the and the son of our parents' prime minister is getting called out right from the stage. He's got to make that change. It's time to make that change. Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. Shadows in the fading light. Spirals dance across endless sheets of white. It's a big blank page. What do you want to write? What do you want to write? What do you want to write? Some of us are here to drink. Some of us are here to listen to a dying man sing. We're all drowning in something. We're all drowning in something. Something more familiar. Quickly follow the
Well, I told you would not be disappointed. What a beautiful lyrical song. Lovely. And absolutely, as Corey points out, the tragically, I mean, there's borrowed elements from Courage in there, which is just amazing. Oh, Alison Brown, you do us all proud. All right, well, I want to do this one. It's kind of a subdued emotional tune as well. And it's just got a real simple beat to it, so we can do it on the looper, no problem.
Couple in the next room are bound to win a prize. They've been going at it all night long. Well, I'm trying to get some sleep, but these motel walls is my song. My father was a fisherman and my mama was a fisherman's friend, and I was born in the boredom and the chowder. So when I reached my prime, I left my home in the Maritimes and I headed down the turnpike for New England, sweet New England. Holes in my confidence through holes in the knees of my jeans. I was left without a penny in my pocket. Ooh, I was about destitute as a kid could be, and I wish I wore a ring so I could hawk it. I like to hawk it. Young girl in the parking lot, she was preaching to the crowd, singing sacred songs and reading from the Bible. I told her I was lost. She told me all about the Pentecost, and I seen that girl as the road to my survival. Later on that very same night, I crept to a tent with a flashlight. My long years of innocence, they were ending. Well, she took me to the woods, saying, here comes something, and it feels so good. And just like a dog, I was befriended. I was befriended. Ooh, what a night. What a garden of delight. Even now that sweet memory lingers. I was playing my guitar, just lying beneath the stars, thanking the world for my fingers, for my fingers.
We go. That was from Paul Simon's very first album. I don't know why Alison Brown always makes me think of the Paul Simon type of stuff. Probably because she's such a brilliant folk singer and writer that I just put her in that same category. That's what it is. We're going to do one more real quick while we get set up for our next guest. Or actually, no, sorry. I'm gonna make a change here. We had a song that was sent to us from Justin James Jewell. He recently recorded an album called The Journey. And he asked me if I wouldn't mind playing one of the tracks on it because he said it was quite apropos to these times. It's called Downtown Dystopia, and it's from his album called The Journey, which I believe you can find pretty much anywhere online on popular media sites. And this should give us enough time that I can properly get Dan set up. Sorry, I'm wearing my producer hat for a second. Oh, the things you have to do when you're self-producing. Anyway, so yeah, this is a song that was sent to me by Justin. It is called Downtown Dystopia from the album The Journey. Well, there we go. If that didn't have some Alan Parsons overtones in it, sheesh, amazing. Hey, Josh Russell, thanks. Yeah, I dig the improved layout too. Thanks, man. Good to see you. Okay, we are going to get our next guest on here. Hang on one second here. All right, we're getting some ringy dingies. Awesome. Let me just flip my camera. My camera, she is flipped. The connection, she is solid. And we are now talking with Mr. Dan Beauchart. Hello, sir. How are you? Hey, Dan? I'm not getting any sound from you. Oh.
I think I was muted.
Well, that would certainly do it.
Yes. Wow. I didn't notice that. I think I need to sit on a book here. I can't aim my camera down any lower.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. That's okay. You're kind of, well, you're kind of, yeah, just bop around. That's good. That's good. Anyway,
Yeah.
First, let me start off by, thank you very much for being here and for agreeing to do this. And I want to ask you, are you well? Is everyone well?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm hearing an echo. Is that on my end or your end?
That would definitely be on your end.
Oh, that's strange.
Do you have are you listening to the stream at the same time that we're doing this?
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's a problem.
That's
Yeah,
where I get
that's
to,
it.
this is where I get to say in the official industry lingo, sir, I need to get you to turn your radio down. That's
Exactly. Oh,
oh man.
okay. I fixed that. That song was amazing.
Wasn't
Blew my mind.
Wasn't it like there? I immediately went to the
Alan Parsons.
Yeah, 100% Alan Parsons. Yeah,
Totally.
Yep, absolutely. Very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, I had no idea. And like doing what I do, going around to bars and shooting a lot of shows and meeting a lot of local musicians. I've met him before, but usually he's kind of thrown in a show kind of as an add-on. It seems a lot of times I've seen him come up and play guitar and do one or two songs, and I'm thinking, yeah, he's okay. He's got some talent. Nothing really, crazy.
Yeah.
I had no idea that he did this.
Yeah.
Like that.
No, that's and he did that all himself. That was him playing everything. I do believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing kid. Amazing talent. Not to undersell your own talent, of course, and you are a photographer. I've had the absolute honor of having you photograph me. In fact, I believe that the end shot of the title screen is your photograph of me at the Lion's Head.
Probably.
Which is incredibly cool. And I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about, being a photographer, especially, someone that shoots bands a lot. What's your schedule look like? How is this?
It's pretty wide open right now.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit, like, how far ahead have things been canceled for you? And, what kind of an impact is that making on you, financially? Is it something that is in dire straits?
Well, that's the interesting thing. I'm an auto worker. I work at Chrysler. I'm not sure if you knew that. And photography is a hobby for me. And as far as concert photography goes, there's no money in it. We do it just for the chance to take pictures of famous people, just, because we love the craft. We like taking photos. And I mean, concert photography, like, how cool is that, right?
Yeah.
So you get a ticket to see the show. You get to stand in the pit right in front of the stage, usually for 3 or 4 songs, and take pictures of famous people. So that's your payment.
Yeah. It's
Go ahead.
Like when I was talking with Gnip yesterday, he's like, yeah, I got into radio. They were going to pay me the federal minimum wage, but I got to go to free concerts and get CDs.
Yeah. That's about it.
Well, how did you get started in this then? Is photography always been kind of something that you've been interested in? And then how did you choose concert photography in specifics? Was it just to be able to go in and get into concerts?
Kind of. Like, I've always loved photography. I've always had an interest in it, but I've never really practiced it, other than like everyone else, buying an instant camera or whatever. Because the idea of shooting with an SLR, seemed like it was beyond my reach. You know, I had a family. My wife would kill me if I went out and spend that kind of money on a camera. Well, flash forward to a few years ago, my kids are growing up and moved out of the house, and you know, things are paid off. I have a little bit of expendable income, so I decided to buy a nice camera. We went to Costa Rica a few years ago, so I bought like the entry level camera at Costco and took some pictures. And like for the next 3, 4 years, I was starting to think, like my wife said, "Oh yeah, you're going to spend all this money on a camera for a trip, and it's just going to sit in a bag the rest of the time, right?"
Right.
And it did. And because I didn't really know what to do with it, I would set it on automatic and I would take pictures, and they looked nice, but it wasn't anything like you would see in a magazine, right?
Right.
Uh, so then, I mean, I know a few musicians, and a few years ago I met Delana when she played here in Windsor at Carparelli's.
Yep.
So I became friends with her, and I started going to shows, and so I started bringing my camera along and taking pictures because she's, really dynamic, fun person to shoot. But my pictures were always lacking, like shooting in a bar, it's low light, people are moving really fast. You're shooting on auto, you're not going to get very good pictures, and you usually need a fast lens and that sort of thing. So about 3 years ago, actually, 3 years ago, I was at a Chrissy Cochran show out in LaSalle,
Okay.
and I took a few pictures of her and Christine Campbell, and I posted a couple on Facebook, and Chrissy complimented me. She says, "You have a really good eye. I really like your pictures. Can I use a couple, right?" So I thought, well, cool, sure. So she shared a couple photos, and I thought, wow, somebody actually thinks I'm good at this. And then about a month or so later, we took a trip to Europe, and we went to Amsterdam. Well, we went to Holland, and that's actually where Delana lives now. So we went to see her, and I was at her show, and we got the VIP treatment. She let us hang out backstage and treated us to free drinks and everything else. And I'm taking pictures, and a friend of hers is beside me taking photos as well. And I said, "How is it your photos are so much better than mine?" And he says, "Well, you need a fast lens." I said, "What's a fast lens?" So he explained it to me. So I went out and I got a better lens for my camera. So then I started seeing, oh, I can really do some cool stuff with this. So it just kind of snowballed from there. I started, bringing along more to local bars and taking pictures of local musicians. And then 2 years ago, I got an opportunity at Blues Fest. I went to Blues Fest and I seen AJ, and he was there with with a pole with like a little camera on it, taking
Yep.
video of the performers. And I said to him, I said, AJ, I says, I got a really good camera and I want to take pictures of the bands, but like, how does somebody get into that? How do you get into the pit, right? And he says, well, I got an extra media pass. He says, you can have it for the weekend. Just take some video for me. So I thought, cool.
Yeah.
So there I am. I'm in the pit. I'm taking pictures of like Eddie Money and Beth Hart and all these big names, and it's like, and I'm getting really good shots, especially because it's daylight too, right? And you can get amazing pictures in the day. And I thought, wow, this is really awesome. So it was there that I met Dan Savoy with 519 Magazine, and he says, you know what, I might have some work for you. And he hadn't even seen my stuff. He just figured, okay, this guy's got a good camera. He's, taking pictures in the pit. Like I said, you don't get paid for this stuff. You don't make
Right.
money at this. So he started me off doing little things like at the Chrysler Theater and whatnot, and bar shoots. And then I would say my first name show was Cheap Trick at Caesars. So like that was really cool. Like I've always been a huge fan of Cheap Trick, and being in the pit for Cheap Trick, I got all these great pictures, and wow, this is really cool. So then thinking like, where else do I go with this? So Dan covers the whole 519 area. So he like there were some shows in London that I was interested in. I says, can you get me hooked up to shoot Alice in Chains? How about Rob Zombie? Stuff like that. So I mean, he has the connections and he can't shoot all the shows himself. So I started shooting these big shows, and it's like, wow, you start meeting people. getting connections and everything else. And yeah, that's kind of how it all happened.
Interesting.
Yeah,
It's amazing how sometimes the universe just places us in the right places at the right time, right? I mean, think about the
totally.
implications if you hadn't met AJ at that particular time and he didn't happen to have an extra media pass, right? I mean, it's just or you didn't meet the fellow that gave you the advice about the lens, right? It's
Yeah,
cool how all these connections are interconnected somehow.
sure.
Um, Now, being a concert photographer and a rock photographer, um, you're dealing a lot with sometimes very flashy shows, right? You're dealing with some places that have a lot of intricate lighting systems and things like that. What are the challenges that you face that, say, a portrait photographer or a wedding photographer may not experience because of the particular industry that you're trying to shoot?
Well, definitely the lighting. Lighting's a big one. Big concerts, not so much. They usually have state-of-the-art lighting. You usually get amazing shots at the big concerts. Uh, Sometimes there's been a couple shows where you have a lot of strobe lights and fog, and it can be a bit of a challenge. But I mean, you usually get at least a few good shots. Like you're in there for usually for 3 songs, so you figure at least 10 minutes. And with the digital cameras now, I mean, you're just like you don't have to worry about the expensive film,
Yeah.
so you're just firing off, 500, 600 shots. You're gonna get a few good shots, right?
Yeah, well, that kind of brings me to another point. When you consider, like, we've had this conversation before about how Michael Jackson had like 90 tracks to choose from when he made Thriller, and Springsteen had 70 tracks to choose from when he made The River, or sorry, when he made Born to Run. And from that, a massive amount of material, they were able to weed it down to like the 9 or 10 best songs. So is that 500 or 600 pictures? Is that something is that common? Is that basically you're going to take that volume and then go through that to try to pick maybe the 2 or 3 best that represent that night?
Yeah, I think that's pretty common with most photographers. I mean, everyone's a little different. I know some photographers that, they don't care as much. It's like, you know what, that's overkill. I can take 30 or 40 shots and get some good ones. And I've seen their work, and it's not as good, you know, because you're limiting your options. Because it happens in a split second. You're taking a picture and they're moving around, like their eyes could be closed or they could be making a weird face. And by having that much option, I mean, that's I think that's where you rise to the top, because you can pick out that shot if you have the eye for it and you know what looks good. It's like, yeah, that's the one. You know,
Yeah.
like everyone has a different opinion about what they like, and I'm not saying that my opinion's better than somebody else, but I mean, I have a certain style, somebody else has a certain style, right?
Yeah. And I think you're right, and I think that the advance of digital technology really allowed us the freedom to be able to shoot 500 or 600 shots at a time, where you're not
Yeah,
at all concerned about the cost of film or the labor of having to load and unload the camera.
for
Um,
sure.
my stepfather is a photographer. He specializes in macro photography, but he also uses a wide format camera and a traditional wet darkroom. So he's very much about the actual film and manually exposing and developing the film. And I've tried to get him to get more into the digital stuff, and he has no interest in it whatsoever. But he's also not taking 600 shots of a tree because the tree is a
Right.
tree. Um,
I mean,
what
I wanted to be a rock photographer when I was a kid, to be honest with you, because I grew up loving music. I wanted to be a rock star or a rock photographer or a roadie or anything connected with concerts. Right? To me, that was like the coolest thing. But like I had friends that were photographers and they had the dark room and everything. And to be honest with you, I'm a lazy person, and it just seemed like too technical and too much work. And
yeah.
I think that's probably why I never got into it back then. And on the other hand, it kind of comes back to bite you in the ass now, because you can go out and spend $500 on a pocket camera that has an amazing zoom on it, and you can smuggle it into a concert. In fact, I don't even think you have to smuggle it into a lot of shows. They'll let you bring in a little camera, and you can zoom in. And I mean, like, if you blow it up, it's not going to be as good as a expensive camera. But for like social media or for smaller prints, you can zoom in and get some amazing photos, which is kind of killing the concert photography business in a way,
Right.
you know?
Well, it's sort of like, the reason that they didn't want you to bring recorders in so that you couldn't record the band playing tracks, and then suddenly nobody wanted to buy the album anymore.
Sure.
Yeah. Although there is an interesting piece of trivia about that, which I'll get into after I talk to you, because I don't want to waste your time with that. But there's a very cool Guess Who story about somebody smuggling in a cassette recorder.
Oh.
Anyway, do you find that because you're more of the self-taught photographer, right? Like, you didn't actually go to school for it, right?
Right.
This is just something that you've developed because it's a passion for you. Do you find that you may come at it from a different methodology or a different workflow because you're not, let's say, constrained by the rules of conventional photography?
I would say for sure. I think probably the majority of photographers are self-taught though. But definitely, I think if you're not going to school, where they teach you a certain method and certain rules and saying, like the rule of thirds or whatever, like it's, you just kind of figure out what works for you. And it doesn't have to be, the rule that everyone else follows. You're allowed to break rules in photography, and that's what makes it so much fun. That's what makes some people really good at it, is because they break the rules in a way that just makes them stand out.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think that, that rule breaking mentality goes with almost every art form, right? I mean, art by its very nature is sort of refused to be bound to rules. And if you're doing a classical kind of photo shoot and, you want to have everything framed properly, there's nothing wrong with using the rule of thirds. Or if I'm trying to compose in something in a Baroque fashion in music, then I have to use a certain particular set of rules in terms of what chords and structures I'm allowed to use to make it sound like that. But it's also when artists break these rules that we discover new ways of doing things.
Sure.
Right? And when we're allowed to experiment. And, the best thing about art is that art is 100% subjective. What I think looks fantastic, you may think look like garbage, and vice versa.
For sure.
Now, did you find coming to this because you are self-taught and you're working within the digital medium, and you don't necessarily have to worry about, oh crap, this was underexposed or this was overexposed, or I didn't develop the negative properly this way. And instead you have a software suite where you have non-destructive editing, and you can make the changes, as many changes as you want to a photo, and then revert whatever changes you want. Did that allow you a little more freedom in being able to experiment without having to worry about, the cost of film and the time involved?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can fix a lot of things in Lightroom, like especially with exposure. I mean, you can overexpose a shot and pull it back in and actually make it look pretty good. But I mean, ideally, you want to try and get the exposure right, in the camera, because your image is just going to be that much sharper and cleaner, right? But yeah, there's a lot you can do. A lot of stuff that people do that you don't realize it.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, is that you have to make sure the source material you're working from is a good quality image, because you can only put so much lipstick on a pig, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So I heard you say Lightroom, so I'm assuming that you're an Adobe guy.
Yeah.
Which I'm assuming most people are. Let me ask you this, and I don't want to get into the Crimson Jihad operating system war, but are you a Mac or PC?
I'm a PC.
Okay.
My daughter actually is a really excellent photographer. She lives in Barrie. She moved up there like a dozen years ago to go to school for digital photography, and she never did make a career out of it. She said she just, and I've heard this from other people, that once you start doing it as a job, it loses the
Passion.
shine. It's
Yeah.
not as much fun, and she's kind of fallen away from it, which is sad, because honestly, I think she's a much better photographer than I am, and I tell her that all the time. But yeah, I mean, she's a Mac person, and I kind of weighed it when I bought my last computer. Do I get the Mac, because they say Macs are better for photography, but I've always been a PC person, and
Yeah,
I don't like the whole Apple ownership thing and all that other crap. I mean, there's pros and cons to both, I guess.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Adobe is the thing that it boils down to, and Adobe works on
Yeah.
Mac and it works on PC. Way back in the day, all I can tell you from a technical standpoint is way back in the day, the displays that Apple was using, the gamma correction on it was much more accurate, and the color reproduction was much more accurate. So if I wanted to use Pantone spot color number 532, whatever I saw on that spot tone sample was exactly what I saw on the monitor. Whereas on the PC side, color correction wasn't really a big thing, because when you're doing spreadsheets, who gives a crap, right? But nowadays, the technology, it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. And again, I'm a Mac guy for some things, I'm a Linux guy for another thing, and I'm a PC guy for another thing. So I think as long as you're doing something or using something that you're comfortable with, and you're producing great results, who cares?
Yeah. Well, and they have software too that you can correct the colors. So
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
there's way to compensate for it.
For sure. Okay, let's get this coin flip out of the way here. Best concert shoot and worst concert shoot.
Gee, that's tough. Okay. The best one, it's kind of a toss up. It's between Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper, and I'm gonna have to go with Alice Cooper. I'm gonna go with Alice Cooper just because I'm such a huge Alice Cooper fan, and I got a ton of great shots from that show. But Rob Zombie was definitely a very, very close second. He puts on an amazing show, and it's like, well, you've probably seen my shots. Like, he uses a lot of really bright neon kind of LED lighting in his stage show, and it's really psychedelic. So the images just like jump.
Mm-hmm. And worst.
Worst show that I ever shot.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Well, I just don't like this artist or whatever.
No,
just
not at
just
all.
because of technical conditions or whatever.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. It would be the band that Alice's daughter is in, Bisto Blanco. I hate to say this because I love the band. I love the people in the band, and I love shooting them. But they use so much red light and strobes and stuff. It's really difficult to shoot. And I've shot them a couple times. I shot them last year with Hailstorm. Hailstorm, I got amazing shots. Bisto Blanco, I really struggled with the shots. I was supposed to shoot them this year over at Diesel in Chesterfield Township, and it was Friday the 13th of last month, and it was right at that time that they started canceling shows and stuff. Their show was still going on. In fact, I was going to interview the band and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I actually canceled the night before. It's like, you know what? I don't want to take the chance. Plus, I was going with my son, who's a diabetic. I was afraid to bring him to the show.
Sure.
Be in a tight crowd with a bunch of sweaty people, because at that time it was, I mean, it's frightening now, but we really didn't know what was going on, and it's like, shit. What if I bring him over there, he gets COVID and dies?
Yeah.
Like, I'm never going to be able to forgive myself for that.
For sure.
So I think if he wouldn't have been going with me, I might have still went. But I didn't want to say to him, well, I'm going, but I don't think you should go. I just canceled it. Because to me, it would have been hypocritical for me to go and not bring him.
Yeah, for sure.
But on the plus side, I'm still going to be interviewing Bisto Blanco for 519 magazine, except for probably going to be doing it over the phone or something.
Yeah.
And you were asking earlier about like shows that have been canceled this year.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that there's a lot, but what there was were big.
Oh.
I was supposed to interview Mike Reno when Loverboy was coming to Caesars,
Yeah.
I believe, actually at the end of this month. So I had a live interview with him set up. I was hoping for an interview with Bachman Cummings. That was a possibility. I actually had a trip planned out east to visit my friend Christine Campbell and her partner Blake Johnson. She just had a baby actually about a week or two ago. So I was supposed to go out there and hang with them for a couple weeks, take band photos, shoot their shows, whatever, be a roadie and photographer and just hang out with my buddies. And it just happened to coincide with the Saints and Sinners tour out east. So I was talking with Jeff about shooting their shows out in Moncton and Halifax. So that was a big probability too. Plus, I mean, there was a few shows here and there that were, so yeah, now there's absolutely nothing, and who knows when there's going to be concerts again.
Yeah, exactly. For all of us, it's all up in the air, and then that's that's another side of it that we always forget to consider when I talk about the fact that, oh, my shows are being canceled and friends of mine shows are being canceled and colleagues that we know are being canceled, but it's all of the other things. It's the support staff, the event staff, the riggers, the gaffers, the sound production crew, the video
Oh, yeah.
production crew, the lighting crew, then the photography crews, like all these, the guy that sells peanuts. All of us are being affected in one way or another, and it's really kind of scary. Um, I want to ask you the same questions I've been asking everybody, and that is the life of normalcy that we all enjoyed a few weeks ago. What is the one thing that you really miss the most?
Well, I'm going to say the freedom to travel. Like I just said, I really love traveling, and I was really looking forward to going out east big time this summer, and I just don't see that is going to happen. Even if they loosen the restrictions, like there's like a thread of hope that I might still be able to go out there. But if it's like, well, yes, you can go outdoors and do this and that, but we still don't recommend that you take long trips or, go visit people. It's like, what's the point of going out east to visit friends if I can't give them a hug and hang with them,
Yeah, for sure.
So
For sure.
that's probably the most devastating to me.
Okay, and then on the flip side of that, having to become basically a voluntary recluse, as we all
Yeah.
have. Has there been anything that, to your surprise, has been comforting or peaceful about that for you?
You know what? That one's tough because I was ready to retire from Chrysler this year. I'm still ready to retire, and they had announced the third shift going, like the final announcement saying it's gone now. There's going to be retirement packages. This was all supposed to happen this summer, and I think that's all out the window. Like I can't say because nobody's talked about it. I haven't asked anybody about it because I feel it's kind of selfish of me to ask that because it's not really important right now. There's other more important things. But in my mind, I'm thinking with the expense that this, the way this is hitting the auto industry and everything, I'm thinking they're not going to be thinking about giving money to people to retire. It's going to be like,
Right.
you know what, you want to keep working, you have a job, and you're going to have to wear a mask and stay 6 feet away from the guy next to you. Or if you're eligible to retire, go ahead. We don't care. It's probably to your advantage.
Right.
But until I know for sure, I'm going to be sticking around because, I mean, I don't want to think, well, I don't really want to go to work and expose myself because I don't think any of us are really safe from this virus, anyways. I don't think the right thinking for me is to say, well, I'm afraid to go back to work now, so I'm just going to retire, and who cares if there's a buyout?
Right.
I think, oh, I'll just wait and see how the cards fall at this point.
Fair enough. Fair enough. The other question I've been asking is, we've all heard the rules and regulations and what we're supposed to be doing, but just in your personal opinion, what do you think it is that people should or shouldn't be doing right now, or is there something that we are doing that we could be doing better?
That's tough because anything that I say is going to come across judgmental.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I think people should respect what the government's telling us right now, and some people are just not buying this whole thing. They're thinking, well, it's not as bad as they say. Bill Gates is trying to kill us all, and all the other tinfoil hat crap. And I've gotten into plenty of opinionated debates on social media. Everyone that knows me knows I'm like that, and I kind of wish I wasn't. I need to get off of there, I think. But yeah, I think people need to just be a little bit more respectful of each other, and let's all try and work together. And if they're being honest with us, if we can flatten this curve and they're going to loosen restrictions, it's kind of like when your mother said, well, if you eat all your food, you can have dessert. It's like, well, come on, it's not that big a deal. It's only been 4 or 5 weeks. Like, how long was the Second World War? And people were making homemade clothes and on a what do you call it, on rations.
Yeah.
For how many years?
Yeah.
How much suffering? Like, and back then, like, people didn't have computers and cell phones and take lavish vacations. We're so spoiled now, and it's like, what? I can't do what I want. I have to stay in my beautiful home and be on the computer and play games and watch movies. And it's like nobody did that, 80 years ago or whatever. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, and I think it's the height of. I'm just going to say that I share this as my Facebook status this morning, and I just love it. I think it's the height of irony that all of these so-called militia badasses that have said that we're prepared to hunker down in our bomb shelters for 10 to 12 months are the ones that are out there apoplectically losing their collective crap because they can't go to the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, I read that one. I love that. That was perfect.
Oh, but anyway, there you may direct all flames to.
Yeah.
Well, let's send this out on a positive note then. What let's say I'm a young fellow or young lass. Listen, I'm a young person listening to this broadcast. I don't know why any young person would be listening to me, but let's assume that they are. And my dream is to become a concert photographer or to become a photographer. What kind of advice would you give me in terms of kind of helping me foster that passion?
I would say just get any kind of camera and go out and take pictures. And if you want to learn about it, go on YouTube. You can find everything you need to know. You can find on YouTube. Literally everything.
That you just basically gave me the the Dave Grohl argument for music, right? His opinion on these American Idol and all these nonsense game shows for developing music careers. He and I share that quite closely, and his whole thing is, yeah, you want to make music, get together with a bunch of your friends, grab a bunch of really crappy instruments and make a bunch of crappy music. And then eventually you're going to make not crappy music and people are going to like it and you're going to get to make more not crappy music. So, yeah.
Oh, totally. I mean, I became a journalist out of necessity. I mean, back when I first started at Chrysler, I thought, I don't want to work in a factory the rest of my life. So I started going to night school, right? Started taking university courses. And my major was supposed to be communications. I thought, oh, I would love to get into media. See, this it keeps coming back to this. This isn't something that I just decided to do 2 years ago. It's something that I always kind of in my heart wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
So I took some writing classes and this and that. I never actually did take an actual communications course. I think I took about 6 different courses, like the required courses like psychology and everything else. And then I thought, you know what? We just had our first child and I worked at a factory. I thought, this is going to take me 20 years. Do I really want to keep doing this? I screw this. So I shoved the dream aside for years and years and years. But now, in order for me to get to shoot these concerts, like the big shows, like all this exciting stuff, I don't get to do it just because I'm good at taking the photos. I got to give something back.
Yeah.
So when I go to a concert and take photos, I got to write a review. So I have to know how to write. I mean, I don't think I'm a great writer. I think I'm okay. I struggle a little bit, but I get by. I'm not illiterate. And there's plenty of tools, spell check and everything. You can make sure that your grammar's right and your spelling's good. So there's the tools there to do it. So I get by. And interviews. I've been doing an interview every month for Dan Savoy for 519. And actually, Sean was one of my interviews about 3 issues ago, I think, 3 or
nice.
4 issues ago. And yeah, I've gotten to meet a lot of people through that too and learn about different musicians in the community. So all in all, it's been a really good experience.
Fantastic. Well, I can't think of a better way to end it.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Chris.
Oh, are you kidding me? I hope that I hope you had a good time, and
I did.
I hope that people get a little something out of what it is we're trying to do here, which is just basically keep that human connection going, right? And what better way to pass a little bit of boredom than hear about everybody else's interesting lives?
Absolutely.
There you go.
You're providing a great service.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't know about that, but I'm certainly doing something.
Well, you know what? It's different. I love all my musician friends, but if I watched every one of their online live streams or concerts, I would be constantly in front of my computer.
Yeah.
There's just so much great talent out there. But I encourage everybody to make an effort to listen to some of these musicians right now. And if you can spare $10 or whatever, do that too. I think just recently, Chrissy told me that the government upped their program now to include musicians as well
Yes.
can apply for the CERB, whatever.
They
I
sure
think if
did.
you make less than $1,000 a month or something, like, which
Well,
most musicians can easily fall within that income bracket, right?
well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sitting here on my golden yacht in the Mediterranean, and you know, everything.
Some musicians are lucky if they make $1,000 a year.
Some
Kind of
mus-
like photographers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've taken close up of our shows. You see the kind of stuff that you see the jeans I'm wearing. Come on now.
I thought that was intentional.
It's all part of the act. That's what I want people to believe.
Yeah.
Dan, thanks so much for chatting with us. I really appreciate it. And if you would be so kind, toss in the comments there, toss some examples of your work. You know, if you have online galleries where people can check out your stuff. I know there are some people asking about do you do weddings and things like that? So, you know, however you want to promote yourself,
I haven't yet, but you know, eventually someday I may.
Feel free to.
That's a whole other program, wedding photography. That's something that I'm not schooled in, and that it's a little bit of a scary thing doing weddings. A lot of responsibility.
Yeah. Well, it's only taking two people's most cherished moments of their lives and preserving them forever, Dan. I don't know what you'd be worried about.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know, for sure, definitely drop some links in there where people can check your stuff out.
All right, sounds good.
And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Okay,
Thanks.
my friend. Take care. Well, that was Mr. Dan Beauchart, photographer, self-taught photographer extraordinaire, super nice guy. I've had the pleasure of being his subject on more than one occasion, and he's actually managed to make this look halfway decent. So there has to be some magic there. There has to be some magic there. Alrighty. Well, let's get back to some tunes, shall we? And I thought about this one when I was doing that other Paul Simon tune, and this is a Simon and Garfunkel tune, actually. And there's got to be a way that we can do some kind of beat for it. Let me see what I can figure out here. Because it's really just pretty simple. Rather be a sparrow than a snail. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Yes, I would. If I only could, I surely would. I'd rather sail away like a swan, it's here and gone. Man gets tied up to the ground, gives the world its saddest sound, its saddest sound. Rather be a forest than a street. Yes, I would. If I could, I surely would.
rather feel the earth beneath my feet. Yes, I would. If I only could, I surely would. Way I'd rather sail away like a swan. It's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground. It gives the world its saddest sound. Way I'd rather sail away like a swan. It's here and gone. A man gets tied up to the ground. It gives the world its saddest sound. Its saddest sound.
Woo! I love that tune. So much. It's so neat when you hear it on the album. There's all kinds of this, South American instrumentation that goes along with it, and all kinds of cool stuff. Witchy Woman. How could we not play Witchy Woman? So that'll be the second one. That'll be the that'll be the second one. Let's do the first one. So the first one is just woodblock. Second part. Sparks fly from her fingertips. Echoed voices in the night. She's a restless spirit on an endless flight. Ooh, witchy woman, see how high she flies. Ooh, witchy woman,
See how high she flies. Ooh, witchy woman, she got the moon in her eye. Whoa, 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 I know you wanna love her, let me tell you, brother, she's been sleeping in the devil's bed. There's a rumor going round, someone underground. She can rock you in the nighttime till your skin turns red. Ooh, witchy woman, see how high she flies. Ooh, witchy woman, she got the moon in her eyes.
Oh, all right then. A little bit of Witchy Woman by request for our favorite Witchy Woman of them all, Raven. All righty. Well, now what? Now what shall we do? Ba-ba-dip-dip-dum. Let's play this one. Let's play this one. I love this. I love this tune. Or maybe not that one. You know what? It's been a while since we've played it's been a while since we played Tiny Dancer. Let's play Tiny Dancer. And then right after Tiny Dancer, we're going to go to some more music video, I believe, because we have collected a whole bunch of it and I'm super excited about it.
vibrant smile. You marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, a tiny dancer in my head. Jesus freaks out in the street while handing tickets out for God. Turning back, she just laughs. The boulevard's not that bad. You know, man, he makes his stand in their auditorium, looking on. She sings a song. She knows the tune she hums. Oh, I feel so real, lying here with no one near. It's only you, and you can't hear me when I say softly, slowly. Tiny dancer, count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of leather. You had a busy day today. Blue jean baby, LA lady, seems she's for the bed. Pretty eye, the pirate smile, marry a music man. Ballerina, you must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, a tiny dancer in my head. Oh, I feel so real, lying here with no one near, and it's only you. You can't hear me when I say softly, slowly. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of leather. You had a busy day today. Well, hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of leather. You had a busy day today.
There we go. It was a nice little quiet version of that. So I said I was going to play a music video, and I'm going to do that. But I thought it might be interesting if you guys are interested. Maybe you're not. Maybe I'll do it anyway. But a little while ago, I was hit by this songwriting bug for the first time in a long time, and I started writing some stuff, and it really came quickly, which was very cool. And you've heard other people on here talk about suddenly when creative bouts hit, they just hit really fast, and that's how this worked. It worked super quickly. And I did a bunch of demos, and I thought maybe you guys might like to hear. I'd like to hear one of them. I actually have a copy of it on this computer somewhere. It'll be kind of neat, I think, to share with you guys. It's unfinished, so it might be a little sparse, but I don't know. What do you think? You guys want to hear it? I think we're going to hear it anyway. I don't even have a picture to put up with it. That's the silly part. I wonder if I have a picture that I could use. Or maybe we'll do it without a picture. Or maybe we'll take like 2 seconds. You know what? We're going to play the other video first. And while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and find a picture that I can use for myself. I want to play, this is a band that was sent to me. They're called Creatures of Condition. And this was one of their, this is their debut album, I do believe. So I want to, we'll share that with you, and then we'll do this demo if you guys want to hear it. It's up to you. This will give you guys plenty of time to say yay or nay, and we'll go for it that way. In the meantime, I will desperately look for some kind of picture that I can use. I don't know. I don't have a lot of pictures of myself. Where's Dan when I need him? He can just run right over here and snap a halfway decent picture. Anyway, let's hear this, and then we'll come back and see what you guys think.
Speak my time.
That was pretty cool. That had a I don't know why I thought of like the Birds, but like a modern rock version of the Birds. That's exactly the sound that came into my head. I don't know why, but like 8 Miles High, that kind of that very. I don't know. Was there like a? It sounded like there was an electric 12 string in there or something, or maybe it was like a really high tuned 6 string. But anyway, that's exactly what I got. I'm like, if the Birds were around today, that's what they would sound like to me. That's what I got out of it. Anyway, okay. Well, we got a few people saying to play it. Yeah. Well, okay, cool. Again, it's an unfinished demo, so take it for what it is. There's probably a lot of parts that are not exactly correct yet, but we'll get there eventually. I got to talk to Allison about figuring out a way to get a grant so I can start recording stuff, because I've got all this stuff I want recorded just for my own personal egomaniac reasons. All right. Well, anyway, this is a song that I wrote during a burst of creativity in 2018, maybe something like that. 2018, I think so. Anyway, it's called Circles of the Heart. See what you think.
Light on the water is keeping us from sleep. A sequin gown that's holding down the creatures of the deep. They roam the silent waters as if they could impart the memories that hold us in the circles of the heart. Can't comprehend just how we feel, and distance is no friend. This gap is far much wider than the hands we would extend. These walls we build are sturdy, so hard to take apart. They do their best to keep us from the circles of the heart. Oh, take me down those long back roads. We'll hide in places no one knows, and dance straight through the witching hour. Show this world it holds no power over you and me. All these dreams we'll share. Forget the why, forget the who, the where, the how, and when. Forget all we pretend to know. On this we can depend. We grew up then, we're grown up now. We may yet grow apart. Me and you, we'll always move in circles of the heart. So take me down those long back roads. We'll hide in places no one knows, and dance straight through the witching hour. Show this world who holds the power, you and me. All these dreams we share. Tell you of yourself, and you can take or leave the part. You and me, we travel in the circles of the heart.
Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. Well, that was cool. Thanks. It's a work in progress. We'll get there eventually. I really quickly want to do one other track from Kevin Harris. So Kevin Harris sent me finally all of his tracks from his album The Terror. And for those of you who are Game of Thrones fans, then you'll recognize the name Jorah. So this particular song was influenced by the scene Jorah at the Dragonfire, when Jorah sees the Khaleesi walk out of the Dragonfire completely unscathed. And you can kind of see the desperation and love, that Jorah has for her. At least that's the way it was explained to me by Mr. Kevin Harris. So let's put that on right now, and then we'll be right back. We'll play some more requests. Oh, look at that. A little bit of Jorah the Dragonfire. And Rob Shepley. I'm starting to be afraid every time I see your name, Rob, because you've got these awesome challenging requests. Do I know any Yardbirds? Oh, the Yardbirds. No, I don't think I do. And if not, how about Money? We can tackle Money. Let me think about that. That's going to be a difficult one because it's 7/4, and not that 7/4 is a difficult time signature in and of itself, but it does go from 7/4 to 4/4, and I'm not sure how that would work on the looper because you'd have to wait for what? I'm trying to calculate how many bars you'd have to wait for that to roll around and match back up, and I don't know that I could plan the song that well, but maybe we'll do like one of those weird solo renditions of something like that. But first, before we do that, we're going to have a real quick chat with our friend Tina, who, as you know, has been quite participatory in the the comments for the videos. So let's just see if we can get her on the line, and we'll chat a little bit, and then we'll go back to playing some music. All right, Tina, we just need you to turn your phone sideways so we get a nice wide shot. All right, hang on one second. I'm going to flip my camera around. There we go. And here we go.
You.
Hey, Tina, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, nice to see you. How you doing?
So I've been remember the last time I told you I was eating good and somehow not so good?
Yes.
And I've been struggling, but now I'm gladly to tell everyone on here to just keep positive and just stay home. If you have a dog, take him out for a walk. Don't go near people. And I want to say to everyone on this view that thank you so much for participating and helping SS Community Living, because now, like I've been reading on SS Community Living that some people on your party view kind of helped Amherstburg, a little bit of Essex, like is awesome. It's very awesome.
Yeah, I think it's important right now to remember that, you know, we're all in this together, and any place that we can help somebody else out is a good thing. So how are you feeling that, you know, the community living program is being represented? Do you think that you guys are getting a fair shake out of all this, that we're paying enough attention to you folks?
Well, kind of right now, because now the government is kind of screwing with us. Not like really rude, but right now the government is telling like my support workers, we can't see them right now because of the COVID-19 is spreading.
Yeah, I get that. And, you know, everybody's trying to come at this from a place of safety, right? We just want everybody to be safe, but I can understand that that's super frustrating, especially when you kind of count on that support. So what can people do? You know, what can somebody like, you know, me or somebody that's watching this, what can we do to help you guys?
Well, some people are struggling with like sometimes like from community living we're kind of struggling because there's no toilet paper in stores right now. Still, like when Essex or Windsor community living goes to Shoppers or whatever, there's zero toilet paper and they have to take a rain check, and right now it's kind of like people been taking toilet paper like uncontrollably, and we're left with no toilet paper. But thankfully my support worker, she bought me 12 toilet paper in case I run out.
Nice. So I guess, you know, the message we could take here is that, you know, if somebody has an excess supply and is looking to do some good with it, then definitely contributing to, you know, a community living care facility in your area, if you happen to be in Essex or Amherstburg or Windsor or LaSalle or wherever you're from, that
Yes.
definitely, you know, help these folks out, and maybe, you know, make up some kind of little care package.
I want to say something, Chris,
Sure.
that the reason why I say that people who don't have disabilities or whatever, like internal disabilities, they treat us like we're retarded, but we don't use the R word because it hurts people with disabilities like me and everyone else part of my Access Community Living.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I think, the nice thing about this is that we're all realizing that we're all in this together, and that, it's a time of real sensitivity and making sure that we're, trying to be as inclusive as possible. And I think we're all just hoping for the day when this is all over and we can go back to, whatever kind of living we think of as normal, right?
Yeah, one of my friends says 18 months. That's like almost like 3 years. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, that's not possible.
Yeah.
But he's like, I don't know, Tina. This virus is going haywire. I'm like, I was like in tears saying, I wish this was never existed. I would be never missing out on my community living events like friendship group from Tecumseh Church in Tecumseh in at LaSalle. I would not miss Bocce, where I go in Capote Club or
Yep.
somewhere in.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I agree. And, that's the struggle for a lot of us right now, right? Is that we're all missing
Yeah.
out on doing the
And
things that we
remember
love.
the time that MLB was closed down? I was mad because I have a cousin. If people look on Joey Votto, they can see I look like him. If people put Joey Votto and it would be like, she was not lying. She looks like him.
Nice. Well, I don't think anybody would accuse you of lying, but
Like, some
sometimes
people
it's
are like, she's not Votto. How come her last name is Beneteau? That's my adopted. I have adopted dad. His name is Beneteau. My full name is Tina Kathleen Beneteau Votto. But originally I'm a Votto.
all right. Well, let's ask you this one question. If there's something that you would hope to come out of all this, like something good to come out, or something positive to come out of this, what would that be?
Well, me and my boyfriend, my boyfriend Paul Janice, the guy you see on my Facebook thing, like, I've been struggling these last 2.5 years because I got engaged once, then we broke it off because he was not nice. He was not treating me with respect. No, he just wanted to use me for sexual stuff that I didn't want. I wanted to be married to someone. And that person is Paul Janice. When I told my mom that I'm dating a 54-year-old, she's like, he's old enough to be your dad. But now my mom is slowly progressing, trusting my boyfriend. Like, my boyfriend Paul Janice is a great DJ, and when this COVID-19 ends, you can call Paul Janice. He's a DJ. I'm not going to give you his info, but
yeah, we can look it
he's
up.
a great DJ. If you're looking for a great DJ to do weddings or whatever, he has to wait for 2 weeks notice, and yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Right now, his business is on lockdown since of COVID-19.
Yeah.
But he's been downloading music right now.
Yeah, I think we're all, all of us that are in the entertainment business, or, as performers or DJs or whatever, we're all kind of in that let's just keep getting prepared mode. I want to read a comment to you, Tina, from the chat here, from Candy Robin Chauvin, who I know as a fantastic singer, but she is a personal support worker. And she's saying, Tina, I used to work for community living, had multiple homes with individuals in your situation. Please feel free to reach out to her if you have any questions or concerns regarding your well-being. So there you go. See, people are still looking out for each other, and that's great.
What's her name?
You'll see it in the comments when you go back to the comments. It's Candy.
I would love to see the video. Well,
anyway.
Whatever her name is, you can add me if you go look for Tina Beneteau. I live in Essex, so yeah, I'm looking for so many friends because right now I've been struggling for a long time because I was badly addicted to a dangerous game called IMVU, and I'm proud to announce that I quit because I have a real life boyfriend. I have a Nintendo Switch, and I have so many friends and so many support workers. My mom is now supporting me now since I have the internet now, and she's monitoring what I'm doing, so I'm not attempted to go back on IMVU.
Nice.
I was done.
Good for you. Good for you. You know, that's making a positive record of good choices is what it's all about. I want to thank you for being on the show. Thank you very much for talking with us.
Yeah, and right now, Access Community Living is listening to Justin Trudeau thing. Like, I've been struggling. Like today, you know what I did? I took my dog out for a walk. Then, because my boyfriend called me and said, "Babe, do you have any groceries?" And I said, "No." He's like, "When you're gonna have your support worker?" And I said, "Not until now, this coming Tuesday, because she can't come to my place a lot since of COVID-19,
Yeah.
because she doesn't want to spread germs right now."
Yep, it's going to be it's going to be tough for the next little while, but I think if we all just kind of pull together and make sure that, you know, we are helping each other and we're all in a position to be good to each other, I think we're going to come out of this. And now we're going to hear some more music, if that's okay with you. Are we good?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you viewers for letting me be on here, because I had a message for all of you that when you look at us as internal disability people, don't shut us out. We're like not normal people. I understand some people can't talk because they have Down syndrome or whatever diseases that special needs has. With me, I'm a internal disability. I've been using on to your comments, because internal disability means that some people can misunderstand, and I'm not a quick learner, but for now I've been less, because I know how to use a computer. I know how to use everything. I know how to use technology and all that.
Yep. I think that's an excellent message, is, you know, just remember that we're all in this, you know, as one big human race, and we have to treat each other with respect and make sure that everybody feels included and welcome. And that's really what it's all
Can
about.
I show you something quick?
Sure.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. This is my dog, Benji, everyone. Say hi, Benji.
Hi, Benji.
Is he cute? Oh, he was sleeping. You sleepyhead. Yes, you are. Watch this. I'm going to Nope, it won't do it. Oh. Whoops. Sorry, I was trying to do something.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, let's let him go
'Cause-
back to sleep.
Yeah.
And we're going to go back to playing some more music, but thank you for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and feel free to be doing more stuff, and I will keep everyone updated about Windsor and Essex County.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tina. We'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
How
All right, there we go. Well, that was lovely. Awesome. I'm so glad we had that opportunity to talk. You know, this whole thing is all about meeting new people, right? And understanding that we're all in this together, and we're all coming at this from different angles and different methods of understanding it. And, you know, the best thing about this is that we're all going to end up with different methods of understanding each other. That, I think, is the takeaway. I think. I'm not a psychologist. I don't really know anything. It's just a guess. Oh, what shall we play now? Oh, right. We said, Rob, we said money. Oh, Rob. Oh, Rob. Oh, it reminds me of the Dick Van Dyke Show. That's going to show you my taste in television, and that I'm an old soul, I guess, or a really big TV nerd. But I used to watch the Dick Van Dyke Show all the time, starring Dick Van Dyke, obviously, Rosemary, Maury Amsterdam, and Mary Tyler Moore. When she was a knockout. I mean, she was always a knockout, but back then, holy cow, she was a knockout. But she would always, whenever Rob would do something, that was Dick's character, was Rob Petrie. Whenever she would do something, or he would do something silly or whatever, she would be, "Oh, Rob." So there you go. All right, let's see. Money. Gosh. How are we going to pull this one off?
way. Get a good job with more pay and you're okay. Money, it's a gas. Grab that cash with both hands and make a stash. Ducal caviar, 4-star daydream, think about me, a football team. Money, get back. I'm on right track, keep your hands off of my stack. Money, it's a hit. Don't give me that do-goody-good bullshit. I'm in the high fidelity first class traveling set, and I think I need a lead jet. Money, it's a crime. We share it fairly, but don't take slice of my pie. Money, so they say, is the root of all evil today. But if you ask me, rise, it's no surprise they're giving none away. Away, 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 away. Little black book with my poems in. I don't know. It was something.
I don't know about that. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one to figure out how to do by yourself in an odd time signature with no rhythm track. And my left hand is not very good on the piano. Like I'm sure Calcott would have been able to, like, you know, he would have been able to do that the whole time while it was going. It just never occurs to me. Oh boy. All right, well, let's try this one. There's a slow beat in there, but that's okay.
Wasted. This moment keeps slipping away. I get so tired, working so hard for us. whichever way I go, I come back to the place we are. But all my instincts, they return. The grand facade so soon will burn. Without a noise, without my pride, I reach out from the inside. In your eyes, the light, the heat in your eyes. I am complete in your eyes. I see the doorway of 1,000 churches. Your eyes, the resolution of all my fruitless searches. Oh, I see the light and the heat. I wanna be that complete. I wanna touch the light, the heat I see in your eyes. Your eyes. Your eyes.
I, I ended up accidentally looping that. That was fun. Let me see here. Justin James Jewell, you and your requests that are difficult. Let's see. There's one I can think of at the top of my head. That loop is weird. It's off, but that's okay. I gotta remember how this goes a little bit here. I just need to see the chords for a second. I'm ham boning here. You can't hear it. So good.
wrong when I thought I was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. You can say day and I can say night. Tell me it's black when I know that it's white. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Well, I could leave, but I won't go, though my heart might tell me so. I can't feel the thing from my head down to my toes. Why does it always seem to be looking at you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Turning me on, turning me off, making me feel like I want too much. But with you, just putting me through it all of the time. Running around, staying out all night, taking it all, saying take one bite. Living with you, just putting me through it all of the time. She says I love you more than I wanted to. There's no point in trying to pretend. There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together till the end. I could leave, but I won't go, though my heart might tell me so. I can't feel the thing from my head down to my toes. So why does it always seem to be looking at you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. Turning me on, turning me off, making me feel like I want too much. Living with you's just putting me through it all the time. Running around, staying out all night, taking it all, saying take one bite. Living with you's just putting me through it all the time. She says I love you more than I wanted to. There's no point in trying to pretend. There's been no one who makes me feel like you do. Say we'll be together till the end.
Yeah. Meh. Wasn't perfect. I mean, it wasn't even close to perfect. But, you know, it's fine. It is what it is. All right. Well, now. As Genesis said, that's all. Alrighty then. I want to just look something up here really quick, and maybe I'll do that while we play something. Oh yeah, Prince. That's right. Prince. I don't know a lot of Prince songs. That's the problem. What could we do here? We can try this one. I don't know. I don't know whether to do it on piano or on guitar. That's the thing. Dig with the picture. You and I engage in a kiss. The sweat of your body covers me. Can you, my darling, can you picture me with you in a courtyard? And oceans of violets in bloom. Animals strike curious poses. They feel the heat between the end. How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? Or maybe I'm just too demanding. Or maybe I'm just like my father, too bold. Maybe I'm just like my mother. Or she's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Touch, if you will, my stomach. Feel how it trembles inside. You got the butterflies all tied up. Don't make me chase you. Even doves have pride. How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? Or maybe I'm just too demanding. Or maybe I'm just like my father, too bold. Maybe you're just like my mother. Well, she's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other? This is what it sounds like when doves cry. How can you just leave me standing alone in a world that's so cold? Or maybe I'm just too demanding. Or maybe I'm just like my father, I'm too bold. Maybe you're just like my mother. She's never satisfied. Why do we scream at each other. This is what it sounds like when doves cry. Doves cry. Doves cry. Oh, my apologies to Prince fans around the world for that one. It was interesting. I feel like maybe I could have moved it up a few keys and gotten some of that Prince falsetto in there. I don't know. Let's try something else. I'm gonna play another music video for you here real quick. What shall we do? Let's see. We got so many cool things in here now. I want to do. Let's do another one from that JoJo dude. This one is for Michelle Tremblay. Oh my goodness! Who I was going to explain the. There was a. Oh, there's two things. I forgot about the Guess Who thing. Oh, there's the Guess Who thing and the Laverne and Shirley thing. So those are the two things I need to address when we come back out of here. But this song will be for her. I don't know if she's even listening in right now, but if she is, this is the song that she was named after. Isn't that cool? And this guy ended up doing. He ended up doing his own version of it, which is it's so cool. Let me just copy this back over. Blah 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 blah. Talking and wasting time. You know, this would be so much easier if I could get by with a little help from my friends. All right, let's see if we can actually play this now, and then we'll figure some more stuff out.
I love you. That's all I want to say. Until I find a way, I will say the only words I know that you will understand. Michel, ma belle, son desmond que vont t'aider ensemble, très bien ensemble. I need to make you see, oh, what you mean to me. Until I do, I'm hoping you will know what I mean. I love you. I want you, I want you. I think you know by now. I'll get to you somehow. Until I do, I'm telling you so you will understand. Michel, ma belle, sont des mots qui vont te bien ensemble, très bien ensemble. I
Wasn't that nice? It's a great. I did a version of that song too for Michelle when I played at her place. Anyway, so story time here on the Face to Facebook live cast. The first story I was going to tell was, Dan was saying, people that bring their cameras and recorders in and all that kind of stuff to concerts. So here's an interesting little piece of trivia. The Guess Who, Canadian band, for those of you who don't know who they are, you would more than likely recognize them for probably their biggest hit, which almost never happened. And I'll explain how that could. Hey, Paul Longden. I should say that the other day I went back to one of the videos and I saw that two people had put a frowny face icon on it, and one of them was Paul. And I said, Paul, what did I do wrong, brother? And he's like, oh, sorry, it was a slip of the finger. But that other guy, Bruce, I think his name was, what did I do to you, Bruce, for a frowny face? Anyway, so the Guess Who were playing this show, and they took a break, and Burton Cummings went to get interviewed by probably some jackass like me. And anyway, the interview is running long, and the band gets anxious. They have to get back on stage. So they get back on stage, and Randy Bachman just starts jamming out this blues thing in A, in the key of A, this key right here. And, or maybe it started in A and it went. That was the riff. That's all it was. It was a riff so that they could just jam on stage. Anyway, Burton freaks out. He hears this on stage and he freaks out, runs back up on stage, and ad-libs a whole bunch of lyrics over top of this blues jam that they're doing. At the end of the show, they all go backstage and they're hanging out, and everyone's pretty much forgotten about it. And this kid comes up and he's like, I'm a pretty big fan, and I don't recognize that one song that you guys played. And they said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, I don't know. It was right at this part of the show, and I never heard it before, but I thought it was great. And they went, well, maybe. And he goes, no, really. And he had one of the first portable reel-to-reel recorders. He's like, I taped it. And he put it down. And thus American Woman was born. They listened to the playback of it and went, yeah, wow, that's pretty good. We could probably tighten that up and do something with it. Amazing, right? So if it wasn't for one kid who was doing something he shouldn't have been doing in the first place, speaking of breaking the rules, we never would have had the genius of American Woman, or genius, whatever. If you like that song, it's probably a genius song for you. Anyway, that is the Guess Who story. Now, this is the story for Michelle, who's probably not listening, but maybe I can get her to watch it on repeat. What are we, an hour? We're almost at the end of the show, so I can just tell her to fast forward all the way to the end of the show. And anyway, so she posted on her, she does this really awesome, cool thing where she's like, stories of my life. It's like season 2, episode 6. And she'll just make these great little life observations. And it's really super light reading and sometimes insightful. And she's just a wonderful person. And it's a glimpse into her wonderful life. And it's fantastic. Anyway, she was saying the other day that she started thinking about Laverne and Shirley, and then she started thinking about Schlemiel Schlemazel, and she didn't know what Schlemiel or Schlemazel went. You know the thing in the beginning of the show, Schlemiel Schlemazel, Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated. We're gonna do it right. That leads off their theme song. Anyway, so she asked the Google machine, and the Google machine came back, and it said that a Schlemiel is somebody who spills soup, and a Schlemazel is somebody upon whom the soup is spilled. As I'm reading this on Facebook, because it's a status update, I happen to be watching Parks and Recreation. As I'm reading this on Facebook, in the episode of Parks and Recreation, they explain the difference between Schlemiel and Schlemazel. I kid you, I could not make this up if I tried. It was in season 2. It was just over halfway through season 2. But I'm reading this and I'm hearing it on the TV, and I look up and I'm like, what kind of alternate reality am I in right now? Anyway, and then, so that was the cool coincidental part. The other part was that she posted on there that she didn't understand what that had to do with beer bottling and Milwaukee and Milk and Pepsi and Lenny and Squiggy and all that kind of stuff. Well, here's the thing. by saying Schlemiel Schlemazel, they're actually describing the relationship between Laverne and Shirley. Right? Laverne is the Schlemiel, Shirley is the Schlemazel. Laverne is the one who spills the soup. Shirley is the one upon whom the soup is spilled. It's the relationship between the slapstick comedy between the two actresses, or the two characters. Isn't that cool? It's cool. Not only is it a great story and such a great description of that kind of comedy, for example, Abbott and Costello, right? One was the Schlemiel, one was the Schlemazel, or one was the goof guy, one was the straight man. One was the joke teller, one was the straight man. So that's what it is. It's the straight man, all that kind of stuff link. I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating. Like I said before, I'm a huge TV nerd, and that's my TV nerd story for the evening. So we can tell Michelle that at approximately 11:38 is when I started telling this story. So if we go back and have her fast forward, she can actually get it. Rob Shepley, what about State Trooper? Mr. State Trooper. Oh, ooh. State Trooper. Ooh. And then Justin Jewell wanted Saturday Night's Ready for Fighting. I think we can do both of those. I have to look up State Trooper because State Trooper, I think that's from Nebraska, right? Or is that, I think it's from Nebraska. And I just have to know, if it's the one that I'm thinking of. Oh, and it's only here in tabs. I don't speak tab. Let's see if we can pull up a chord version of it somehow. State Trooper, not Tropper. Trooper chords. Springsteen. I'm using the Google machine right now. Look at that. Tab, chords. Nope. Definitely don't know this one. Which is so weird because I'm a huge Bruce Springsteen fan. I'm like such a huge Bruce Springsteen fan that I've traveled the continental United States to see him. I own an internet radio station called springsteenradio.com, which you should check out, by the way, if you're a Bruce Springsteen fan, because it's pretty awesome. But I do not know State Trooper. So call me a Schlemazel. I have just had the soup spilled on me. All right, Saturday Night's Ready for Fighting. Let's see if we can do it. Got to get that Roy Cooper percussion in there. And, of course, the wood block. I like it. It's all right. It's a little off, but it's not off enough that it's terrible. In fact, it's not bad. The tambourine's a little off, but that's okay.
sun came and trashed me out again. I was only having fun, wasn't hurting anyone. We all enjoyed the weekend for a change. I'm stranded in the combat zone. I walk through Bedford, style alone, even rode my motorcycle in the rain. And you told me not to try, but I made it home alive. So you said that only proves that I'm insane. You may be right, I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light, don't try to save me. You may be wrong, wrong, I know you may be right. Remember how I found you there alone in your electric chair, and I told you dirty jokes until you smiled. You were lonely for a man. I said, take me as I am, 'cause we might enjoy some madness for a while. Now I think of all the years you tried to find someone to satisfy you. Now I might be as crazy as you say. If I'm crazy, then it's true that it's all because of you, and you wouldn't want me any other way. You may be right, I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Too late to fight, too late to change me. You may be wrong, all I know is you may be right. You may be right, I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Turn out the light, don't try to save me. You may be wrong, all I know is you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right. You may be wrong, but you may be right.
I can't stop laughing. When I screw up, I laugh. That's how it is. Oh, Mr. David Michael, the loadout. Sure. Yeah, Lee, I would totally do Saturday Night's Right for Fighting. I love that tune. It's one of my all-time favorite songs. That's one of the first songs I ever saw my uncle play on the piano with his ginormous hands when I was like 3 years old. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. I have to learn how to do that. All right. Let's do the loadout. That comes later. Now the seats are all empty. Let the roadies take the stage. They'll pack it up and then they'll tear it down. They're the first to come and the last to leave, working for that minimum wage. They'll set it up in another town. Tonight the people were so fine, they waited there in line. When they got to their feet, they made the show. And that was sweet, but I can hear the sound of slamming doors and folding chairs. And that's a sound they'll never know. Roll them cases out and lift them amps, haul them trusses down and get them up them ramps. 'Cause when it comes to moving me, you know you guys are the champs. But when that last guitar's been packed away, you know that I still wanna play. So just make sure you've got it all set to go before you come for my piano. But the band's on the bus, waiting to go. We gotta drive all night and do a show in Chicago or Detroit. I don't know. We do so many shows in a row, and these towns all look the same. Just pass the time in the hotel rooms and wander around backstage till those lights come up and we hear that crowd and we remember why we came. We got country and western on the bus, R&B. We got discos and 8-tracks and cassettes and stereo. We got rural scenes and magazines. We
We got truckers on CB. We got Richard Pryor on the video. Don't tell me my business, devil woman. We got time to think of the ones we love while the miles roll away. But the only time that seems too short is the time that we get to play. People, you've got the power over what we do. You can sit there and wait, or you can pull us through. Come along and sing the song. You know you can't sing alone, 'cause when the morning sun comes beating down, you're gonna wake up in your town. But we'll be scheduled to appear 1,000 miles away from here. So people stay just a little bit longer. We wanna play just a little bit longer. Now the promoter don't mind, and the union don't mind. And we can take a little time and we leave it all behind, saying one more song, oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer? Please, please, please say you will. Oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer? Please, please say you will. The promoter don't mind, and the roadies don't mind. And if we take a little time and we leave this all behind, saying one more song, oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer? Please, please, please say you will. The roadies don't mind, and if Facebook doesn't mind, and if YouTube doesn't mind, then we leave it all behind, saying one more song, oh, won't you stay just a little bit longer? Please, please, please say you will. Say you will. Say you will. One more song.
All right, there we go. Now closing time. Closing time by Leonard Cohen. Sure. Encore, encore. Well, look, our recording clock says 5 hours and 4 minutes. I mean, surely people have had enough of this nonsense by now. Mr. David Michael, did you hear my Richard Pryor in there?
Don't tell me my business, devil woman.
I had to do it. Had to do it. Oh, all right, let's see here. We'll do one more because I'm tired. Today I'm tired. So, in retrospect, with all this other stuff that's going on, I have this media server that I maintain, and it's been going through this stupid mother bloody disk scan since Saturday. It's been going on, and this thing normally is supposed to take 20 hours, 18 to 20 hours. It's been going since Saturday. And let me just really quickly go over here to this other part of the computer here, to the browser, and we'll pull up its management page. Still going, still doing the scan. So we're if we're going to go, then I'm going to take this moment here and just do a little explanation here. So we have this media server, and it has a whole bunch of disk drives in it. Basically, what it does is it operates on, you put in a whole bunch of disk drives. It makes a redundant array of inexpensive disks, where if one disk dies, you can pull it out and it doesn't lose any data. You put another disk back in, it rebuilds it. Apparently, so there's two types of hard drives that are out there. One's called CMR, conventional magnetic recording, and the other one is SMR, shingled magnetic recording. So conventional magnetic recording, you're getting a big computer lesson now. I don't care. Conventional magnetic recording, the platter spins, the head goes out and magnetically, there we go. The head goes out and magnetically makes a mark on the disk somewhere, right? Doesn't really make a mark. Changes the charge of the particles, and therefore it's a magnetic thing. It knows whether it's 1 or 0, blah, blah, blah. Shingled magnetic recording, on the other hand, allows an overlap of each data track. So when you want to go and write it again, you have to unlap it. It's a much slower process. And the thing is that you never use SMR, you never use shingled magnetic recording drives in any kind of network attached storage, because you rely on a certain amount of speed. Well, it turns out that large drive manufacturers like Seagate, Western Digital, Toshiba have been manufacturing drives without labeling them as SMR. And wouldn't you know it, the two drives that I bought from Seagate, their NAS drives, their network attached storage drives, are actually SMR drives, which is why this thing is taking so bloody long to finish. So now I have to contact Seagate and I have to say, why are you selling non-branded or non-marked drives? Like, clearly I bought these because I wanted to put them into the storage array. They say they're for a storage array. They're clearly SMR drives when you look at the data rates. Like, that's horrible. That's horribly misleading and misbranding. And it's not just me. There's a big thing out on it right now that somebody actually forwarded me the article. My friend Jim Barris forwarded me this article saying, beware that they're actually sending out these SMR drives as CMR drives. There you go. There's your big techno geek. See, that's how much. First I'm a TV geek, TV nerd. Now I'm a computer nerd, music nerd. I'm just a nerd, folks. Look at me. I'm wearing an E equals F flat t-shirt, for God's sake. There's no hope for me. There's no hope for me. All right. Paul Stone, 5 hours. You've barely gotten started. Yeah, well, if certain people had their way, we would do another 8.5 hour show, wouldn't we? Well, we would have to do longer than 8.5 hours because we'd have to extend it out. What are we gonna do though? That's the thing. What are we gonna do? What are we going to do? First of all, is anybody actually still listening? That's or tuned in? That's oh my goodness, people are massively tuned in. What is going on? Okay. Let's see here. More Pink Floyd? Really? We haven't had our fill of Pink Floyd yet? Hotel California, closing time. Yes, E minor equals G major is another theory of relatives. Absolutely. I don't know Circle of Life, unfortunately, Tina. That's from as soon as Elton John started getting involved with Disney, I cut ties with that musical part of his career. Um, We're going to do this. We're going to do this. I did it once before for Mr. Rob Shepley. Oh, we got so many good suggestions. Okay.
Welcome, my soul. Welcome to the machine.
Not bad. I like that beat. That beat gives me happy pants. All right. Let's see here. I think when Ashley's saying closing time, she probably doesn't mean Leonard Cohen. She probably means Semisonic. I think that's who does it, right? I think so. Now it has this other thing, right? Something like that, right? Or maybe that's it. That might be it. Let's try that. And we can put another one up top, maybe. Almost right, but not right. I think we'll do it in on the guitar. Closing time. Open now the doors out and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn off all the lights over every boy and every girl. Closing time. One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can stay here.
closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. And I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. And I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home. Losing time, time for you to go out to the places you will be from. Closing time, time for you to go out to the places you will be from. And I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. And I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home. And I know who I wanna take me home. And I know who I wanna take me home. And I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home. Losing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end.
If I was a responsible singer, I would have looked ahead in this song and realized that there's like a key change and a bridge and something like that, and there's this other verse that I don't know how it goes. Whatever. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. That's the other motto for this show, folks. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. David Michael, talk to me. Okay. takes its form, the jackal brown and tight. In search of you, I feel my way through the slowest heaving night. Whatever fear invents, I
sense. I reach out through the border fence. Come down, come talk to me. In the swirling current storm of desire, unuttered words hold fast. The reptile tongue, the lightning lashes, towers built to last. Darkness creeps in like a thief and offers no relief. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Come on, come talk to me. Oh, please talk to me. Won't you please talk to me? We can unlock this misery. Come on, come talk to me. I did not come to steal. This song's so unreal. Can you show me how you feel now? Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. The earthly power suck shadowed milk from sleepy tears undone, from nippled skin as smooth as silk, bugles blow as one. You lie there with your eyes half closed like there's no one there at all. There's a tension pulling on your face. Come on, come talk to me. Won't you please talk to me? If you would just talk to me, we can unlock this misery. If you'd only talk to me. Don't you ever change your mind. Now your future's so defined, and you act so deaf, so blind. Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Imagine the moment, breaking down the silence, all the things we both might say. Heart will not be denied, till we're both on the same damn side. All the barriers blown away. I said, please talk to me. Won't you please come talk to me? Just like it used to be. Come on, come talk to me. I did not come to steal. This song is so unreal. Can you show me how you feel now? Come on, come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Take that look of worry. I'm an ordinary man. They don't tell me nothing, so I find out what I can. There's a fire that's been burning right outside my door. I can't see, but I feel it. Seems so long I've been waiting, but I still don't know what for. There's no point in escaping, I don't worry anymore. I can't come out to find you, I don't like to go outside. They can't turn off my feelings like they're turning off a light. But I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, oh Lord, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life, and I can say to you, take that look of worry, mine's an ordinary life, working when it's daylight and sleeping when it's night. I've got no far horizons, I don't wish upon a star. They don't think that I listen, oh, but I know who they are. And I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind. So take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember. Take me home, oh Lord, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life, and I can say to you, but I don't remember. Take me home, I don't remember. Take me home, don't remember. Take me home, don't remember. Take me home.
There we go. A little bit of a mashup with the former and current singer of Genesis. Gotta love it. All right, that does it for me. I'm wiped. My voice is cracking more than I want it to, and I don't want to damage it for tomorrow. So we are going to call it a night. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for your requests and your support and all that good stuff. Please share this among your friends. The more shares, the more people find out about it, the more people want to get involved in the conversation, the more guests we have, the more awesome connections we make. Thank you to my guests who made it this evening. Charity Pitcher Cooper will be back next week. She had migraines, which if you've ever suffered from migraines, they're absolutely horrible, and she has to take very powerful medication to combat them or to offset the effects of them, and it knocks her out. So she didn't want to compromise the interview by maybe not being on her game. Absolutely no problem. But to the rest of my guests, Mr. Mark Mayhew, Mr. Dan Beauchart, and why am I drawing a blank? Allison Brown, my God. That's how tired I am. I have to go inside and monitor disc rebuilding now. So yay, that's good. Many new people tomorrow on the program. And again, please reach out to people and ask them if they want to be involved in the conversation. I'd like to get so many more professions and hear from there how it's affecting them personally and spiritually and professionally. And we have more music as well, more musical performances. If you guys want to record yourselves doing something and then send it to me, that's awesome too. Nino's Couch version of Don't You Forget About Me is still my favorite thing that's happened on this whole program. As always, there's the tip jar. No, there's the tip jar. It just went away, but you can see it. If you feel so inclined, you can drop me a couple bucks, help support everything. And that's it. We will see you next time. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm now repeating myself, so I'm going to stop. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, it was just pointed out to me that for the second time, I forgot to sign off with my closing line. That's how tired I am. As always, the very best thing that you could do for each other is to just be human, be kind, and be compassionate. And that is the natural order of things. That is the path of least resistance. In fact, it takes extraordinary effort to be any other way. So go with the flow and just be a cool dude. Now we'll see you tomorrow.